Welcome back to Regaining the Balance. This is Matt, and we're going to continue with the Bhagavad Gita line-for-line commentary by Yogananda. So let us really quickly give a shout out to, let's see here. Sounds good. Let's give a quick shout out here to the man, the myth, the legend, Parahamsa Yogananda, the author of this book. And here is the book itself at the store, at your Self-Realization Fellowship, if you buy from them, obviously you're contributing to them. And yeah, so let's get into this book then. PDF. Okay, continuing. And let me get to it myself. All right, there we go. Okay. Just a little bit. Okay. So, continuing, how egoless action frees the yogi from nature's dualities and the bondage of karma, verse 27. All action is universally engendered by the attributes, gunas, of primordial nature, prakriti. A man whose self is deluded by egoity thinks, quote, I am the doer, unquote. A good monk dreaming himself, that's the end of that verse. Commentary continues, a good monk dreaming himself to be a businessman or a villain does not in reality become so. Similarly, a son of God playing different parts in the divine dream drama should not identify himself with any of the activities that are a part of his temporary mortal existence. The delusion-drunk egoist deems himself the author and doer of his actions, knowing not that those activities are instigated by the attributes of nature. Primordial prakriti is the cause of man's individualized existence and governs by the operation of cosmic laws his ability to act in and respond to his material environment. God created nature. It manifests the attributes of the Creator, but under a camouflage of delusion. Man is the product of invisible God and invisible nature. Let me go back. Man is the product of invisible God and visible nature. Therefore, he is dual. Pure spirit hidden in a physical body and a brain whose functions are governed by the attributes of nature, the three modes of Prakriti, Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas, whose activating power works on the 24 creative principles of nature. The four kingdoms of creation, man, animals, plants, and the inorganic substances, possesses fixed and characteristic actions and reactions that differentiate them. All alike are guided by the gunas, the attributes of nature. An average person lives from 60 to 80 years. His physical and mental habits are different from those, for instance, of a dog, which barks and wags its tail and lives only for 1 or 2 decades, or of a redwood tree, which is rooted to the ground, but which may live as long as 4,000 years. Man dwells on the apparent differences between himself and the rest of creation, ignorant of the truth that his activity and that of all other manifestations spring from a common source. The individualized spirit, residing in every form and working through nature's attributes, is the real doer. By disengaging his mind from the senses, man can identify himself with his soul and know that it, rather than the ego, is the conscious life in the body that activates and sustains the creative attributes. An intrinsic quality of the soul is free will. The fully illuminated yogi is a man of free will. The brutish man is bound, almost like an animal, to his instincts or unthinking material habits bequeathed by nature. The higher an individual rises in the scale of evolution, the more he exercises his sole prerogative of free will. An awakened devotee realizes that all his human qualities are created by God, initiated in his individualized body by his soul, and governed by the confining attributes of nature. He therefore refuses to let his body engrossed ego deem itself the doer of actions. Pardon me while I cough. Man, however, by the exercise of his free will, wrongly or rightly creates a specific personal karma that modifies the influence on him of the universal or general environmental karma ordained by nature. By his good karma, actions in consonance with nature, natural living, and meditation on the perfect God, man ascends towards perfection. By evil actions, the body-bound egoist, devoid of true wisdom, descends and becomes trapped in the meshes of material desires. Each devotee should analyze himself and find out whether he is living according to the upward evolutional influence of nature, or by the even higher soul impulses, or by his human nature, distorted by prenatal and postnatal effects of evil actions that manifest through habits, moods, and inclinations. When the sunshine of wisdom breaks upon the dark mind of the egoist, he realizes that the soul self, S-O-L-E, self, is the performer of all actions and not his unpredictable, quote, individuality, unquote. The soul, or spirit, is the only activator of the attributes. The human machine has many parts. The cerebrum, the cerebellum, spinal plexuses are instigators of different forms of activity. The nose, eyes, ears, and other organs of sense and actions are external instruments. The brain is the vehicle of thought and inner faculties. Mind, manas, has 100 expressions. Intelligence, buddhi, has 5. The mental clan, the kurus or offspring of the dhritarashtra, the blind sense mind, includes jealousy, fear, hate, greed, anger, attraction, repulsion, egotism, delusion, pain, pleasure, shame, envy, pride, repentance, worry, complacency, hope, desires, etc. Calmness, control of life energy, self-control, power to refrain from evil impulses, and power to act according to good inclinations are attributes of intelligence. The Pandus, offspring of Pandu, or pure discriminative intelligence. When man is influenced by the attributes of the sense mind, he is susceptible to pleasure and pain, heat and cold, and all other dualities. But when guided by intelligence to the soul regions, he finds himself swirling in no more in the eddies of psychological relativities, but safe on the shore of eternal bliss. The egotist, conceiving himself as the doer of actions, makes a tragedy out of the melodrama of life, but by deep meditation he awakens and realizes that he has been assigned by the cosmic director a specific part on the stage of contemporary life. He is then happy to enact his role, whether joyous or doleful, large or small. And then the subheading here is, the wise do not laugh or cry over the ups and downs of duality. Soul, mind, body, brain, senses, the world, the cosmos, are all creations of spirit. The wise man, not conceiving himself as the architect of anything, not even his own destiny, does not laugh or cry or disturb himself with the ups and downs of dualities. An egotist is never satisfied, be he rich, poor, a clerk, a king of the world. A divine man is happy, whether in a palace, a poor hut, or a monk's cell. A helpless kitten, dependent on the mother cat, is quite content to be transferred from a king's palace to a coal bin. Similarly, a yogi whose being is surrendered to God does not mind whether his given role is that of a prince or a pauper. When Lord Krishna was among his devotees in Vrindavan, he lived near the river Yamuna. The gopis, devotee milkmaids, often brought him his favorite food, fresh curds. Once, when the banks of the river were flooded, the devotees, laden with curd offerings for Krishna, could not get to their master on the other side of the river. They noticed the great sage Vyasa sitting near the riverbank. His eyes gleamed with Krishna intoxication. Knowing his divine power, the gopis requested his help. Quote, "You want to give all that cheese to Krishna?" Unquote, he inquired. And, quote, "What about poor me?" Unquote. So they set the offering before Vyasa, who ate and ate. The devotees began to worry. There seemed scarcely enough left for Krishna. Vyasa rose to his feet and addressed the torrential river. Quote, "Yamuna, if I did not eat anything, divide and part." Unquote. To the gopis' ears, the request sounded facetious. The Yamuna, however, did as the Jordan for the Israelites. Immediately separated itself into 2 walls of water with a miraculous floor of dry land between. The astonished gopis entered the narrow path and safely reached the other shore. But they did not find Krishna coming to greet them as usual. He was soundly sleeping. They awakened him, and he looked at the cheese without interest. Quote, "Master, what is the matter?" they asked. "Do you not have crave for curds today?" Unquote. Krishna smiled sleepily. Quote, "Oh," he replied, "that fellow Vyasa on the other side of the river, he has already fed me an overabundance of cheese." Unquote. The gopis thus understood that Vyasa, while eating the curd, had been conscious only of his unity with the all-pervading Lord Krishna. If men could feel God in their every action, even as Vyasa, they would be free from universal and individual karma. They would perform activities guided by divine wisdom and not by nature-controlled egoism. To understand this stanza of the Bhagavad Gita, one must live it in everyday life by thinking of God during the commencement, performance, and end of all actions. Verse 28. O mighty armed Arjuna, the knower of truth about the divisions of the gunas, attributes of nature, and their actions, realizing it is the gunas as sense attributes that are attached to the gunas as sense objects, keeps his self unattached to them. Unquote. End of verse 28. As God beyond the attributes of nature and its multifarious activities, so the God reflected individualized self is above the senses and the objects perceived and coveted by them. When a man in the process of dreaming becomes conscious that he is dreaming, he is no longer identified with the phenomena. He is not affected exultantly or dolefully. God consciously dreams his cosmic play and is unaffected by its dualities. A yogi who perceives his real self as separate from his active senses and their objects never becomes attached to anything. He is aware of the dream nature of the universe and watches it without being entangled in its complex but ephemeral nature. The Bhagavad Gita in this stanza reiterates the fact that the knower of the self, the devotee who has attained self-realization, is godlike in his attitude towards life. In his own small sphere, he emulates the Lord who creates and lives in his active universe without being attached to its countless changes and is thus free from all effects of cosmic actions or of cosmic objects. The furiously exploding atomic bomb of a sun-like star or the cold or heat in space cannot affect God. A body engrossed man suffers from the depressed or inflated moods of his senses, from the extremes of cold and heat, and from the effects of earthly catastrophes. But he who knows his soul to be a true image of the indestructible spirit, and his body and the surrounding world to be clusters of organized atomic or lifetronic energy, is not affected by his spiritual nature any more than was Christ, who said, quote, "Destroy this temple, and in 3 days I will rise it up," unquote. The illuminated know themselves to be above the reach of the 24 nature attributes. They realize that the bodily senses must act according to the nature of the objects of sense perception that surround them. Since the senses and their objects all spring from the attributes of primordial nature, prakriti, a man of self-realization does not deem himself the doer of any action, and therefore cannot be attached to any ensuing effect. Pardon me while I take a sip. Verse 29, quote, "The yogi of perfect wisdom should not bewilder the minds of men who have imperfect understanding. Deluded by the attributes of primordial nature, the ignorant must cling to the activities engendered by those gunas," unquote. People of dull intelligence, those who lack keen understanding, are inherently compelled by nature to be engrossed in the performance of material duties. Illumined beings should not disturb the enactment of material duties by such persons, whose redemption lies through this evolutionary stage. Baldly told to embrace the principle of non-attachment to the world, unspiritual people would neglect their material duties. They would fall into sloth, offering their vacant minds as workshops of the devil. This injunction of the Gita does not mean that a saint should not awaken people at all. They should be gradually roused and instructed in higher principles only when they are receptive. When they begin to wonder about the mysteries of life, either as a result of introspective thinking or worldly misfortune and material disillusionment. After being told that the world is, quote, false and meaningless, unquote, many staunch votaries of material duties become understandably discouraged and often degenerate into a state of mental inertia, the dark tamas quality. A materialist who follows the active path is at least developing the second activating rajas attribute, thus should not fall back to the lower strata of the dark tamas qualities. The wise, therefore, should not unsettle the imperfect understanding of the dull-witted, lest they cease their activities, the only means of their slow salvation, and remain undecided between heaven and earth, following neither the spiritual nor the progressive material path. The materialist, after carrying the load of material duties without a compensation of true happiness, begins of his own accord to think of cultivating divine qualities such as equanimity and calmness, and thereby starts a spontaneous introspection. Pardon me. Okay, where was I? Introspection is what I thought I just said. Yes, here we go. It is at this juncture that wise men should strive to lift him to the higher strata of the good sattva attributes, discernment, meditation, and performance of actions without attachment. Verse 30, quote, relinquish all activities unto me, devoid of egotism and expectation, with your attention concentrated on the soul, free from feverish worry, be engaged in the battle of activity, unquote. Sincere God-seekers do not renounce true duties or the proper activities necessary to perform them. They overcome egotism, which makes one responsible as the doer and as the receiver of good and bad karma. True devotees feel that since God created them, He alone is responsible for all their activities. They work for God without worrying, knowing it is He who is working through their soul faculties, as sensed in the depths of calm meditation. Materialists who feel deserving of the fruits of actions, egotistically believe in their own leadership, create karmic bonds that entangle them in meshes of good and evil. Yogis, acting in attunement with God's will and ascribing to Him all actions and their fruits, make God responsible. In the performance of both worldly and divine duties, yogis thus remain unattached and free. The actions of the selfish men spring from the desire born of ego hopes. The divine man works neither at the dictates of egoism nor at those of selfish desires. He is devoid of the, quote, I-ness, unquote, the idea of the I am the doer, quote, unquote. Since he is working for God, he has no individual desires, nor does he hope to attain any material goal. The Gita stresses the renouncement, repeated so often, of ego consciousness from material hopes and desires because these renew the roots of cancerous longings that devour the soul's peace. The roots of unfulfilled desires and frustrated expectations sprout into worries and misery-making reincarnations. The enlightened man performs actions to please God, known to him as the sole creator and genesis of all activities, and tunes in with the wishes of God, who guides him to his proper activities. He does not try to frustrate the divine plan by selfish will, nor to impede its fulfillment by non-action. And the subheading here reads, vanquish the driving ego-inspired desires, enjoy the calm, blissful self. The true devotee says, quote, Lord, steer my boat of activity and meditation to the shore of thy presence, unquote. Just as men nightly forsake all physical and mental activities to enjoy the pleasure of sleep, so the yogi relinquishes all desire for the fruits of his daily activities to enjoy the ecstasy of attunement with God. Without vanquishing the driving ego-inspired expectations and desires, the devotee cannot enjoy the consciousness of the calm, blissful self, as is felt in Kriya Yoga meditation, in which all material consciousness is automatically dissolved in the union of soul and spirit. The material man is an ego, plus worries. The divine man is a calm soul, plus the eternal joy of spirit. The yogi not only relinquishes egotism during the all-surrendering union, yoga, of mind with bliss in meditation, but during ordinary wakeful activity as well. In the highest state of ecstasy, the yogi can remain united to spirit even while working with mind and body to carry out the divine plan. By engaging the divine consciousness in all of his activities, the devotee is free of egoistic limitations during wakefulness, as is the ordinary man during sleep. Lord does not ask man to be without divine ambition, divine desires, or divine activities that lead to liberation, but rather to stop working under the influence of the manipulative ego, which casts the soul again and again endlessly into pits of reincarnation. And essentially, that is I would say that is the appropriate description of hell. Just saying, I mean, if you think about, like, quote unquote, burning in hell for eternity, I mean, how long does it take one to get out of this endlessly, again, quoting here, which casts the soul again and again endlessly into pits of reincarnations. So just throw that out there. There might be the actual esoteric meaning behind what hell really actually means, considering that spirit is also considered fire in the ancient world. So just throwing it out there. Continuing, the Lord's macrocosmic cosmic consciousness guides all creation and its activities. One should not interfere with that liberating divine rhythm by following the dark counsels of egotism. Forsaking all selfish motives, expectations, and aims, the devotee should realize his unity with God, performing all activities as dictated by his intuitive perception of divinity. Next section is called Right Attitude Towards One's Spiritual Guide and Sadhana, which is spiritual practices. Verse 31, quote, Men devotion-filled, who ceaselessly practice my precepts without fault-finding, they too become free from all karma, unquote. Having given lofty counsel to the requisites of non-binding action for the attainment of salvation, the Lord now assures the devotee that even if his actions do not at once reach that standard, he will nevertheless make his way to freedom if he follows a prescribed sadhana with the right attitude, the firstborn qualities of spiritual progress. God counts generously the merit of the devotee's heart and strivings. Nominal followers, lacking in devotion, tend to justify their non-understanding by criticizing the wisdom-dictated disciplinary measures prescribed by a true guru. They miss their goal. Full devotion helps to instill greater effort into a student. It quickens his spiritual pace and clarifies his vision of the spiritual summit. Instead of finding fault with the guru or the path, a devotee's analytical power should be used in finding out his own hidden psychological blemishes. Judge not others, judge yourself. Condemning others makes a man oblivious of his own faults, which therefore flourish unrebuked. Many individuals hide their own serious flaws behind a critical spirit. They may criticize others' tempers and quite overlook their own violent wrath. They cannot stand the painful operation of being themselves corrected. Isn't that the truth? Such persons expend their energy and intelligence on superficialities, and so have neither time nor vitality left to concentrate on essentials. A critical person, for example, may point out the repetitions in the lectures or writings of a guru or in a scriptural treatise and concentrate on these with such zeal that he never realizes or profits by the colossal truths expressed in those repetitions. How else, then, by repetition, can truth infiltrate the fixed notions of the human intellect? The Gita itself is a paradigm of repetition, but redundant never. Could a Canadian, for instance, reach New York if he forever tarries criticizing all the modes, vehicles, and pathways leading to that city, and never placing faith in any method of travel? To get to God, the devotee should listen to a true guru who is able to supply time-proven techniques such as Kriya Yoga. With full devotion and uncritical spirit should follow him and practice the method. When the devotee adopts the right course and follows it with the right attitude, the entanglements of good and bad karma will be gradually destroyed and find freedom achieved. Avoid or cast out such doubts and criticisms, criticisms as, quote, this method is difficult, or maybe it is incorrect, or it may be detrimental, unquote. If you are a student of self-realization, then with full devotion practice Kriya Yoga, and the increased life force coursing towards your brain will cauterize, unquote, the seeds of all reincarnation making good and bad karma, grooved in the cerebellum and subconscious mind. Faith in one's spiritual guide and loyalty to the sadhana he prescribes is not an implied license for the blind to lead the blind. Cult figures, themselves blind to the truth, put out the eyes of reason in their adherents. Leader and acolyte end up tumbling into the same ditch of ignorance. And we're all familiar with that quote from Jesus. I have often told the following story to illustrate this point. A charlatan pretending to be a master trained his followers to be implicitly obedient to him. One day he seated himself pompously before his intent disciples. Raising his hand in blessing, he said, quote, I will show you the way to God, provided you heed my instruction without question, unquote. His teachings could scarce survive intelligent scrutiny. The teacher demanded, quote, do you promise from this moment on to follow me exactly, unquote? Ready assent arose in a united chorus from his audience. So the teacher began his instruction. Quote, sit upright. 200 followers immediately echoed, sit upright. At this unexpected answer, the teacher looked around and frowned. The disciples, following their teacher exactly, also looked around and frowned. The disgusted teacher began to pray, but his every word came back to him from his obedient followers. Even a cough to clear his throat caused an epidemic of coughing among the audience. Now the teacher was angry. Quiet, quote, quiet, you fools, don't cough and don't imitate me, unquote. But this well-trained disciples happily shouted back, quiet, you fools, don't cough and don't imitate me, unquote. No matter what the exasperated teacher said or did, his matchless disciples did likewise. Quite forgetting his position, he commanded, quote, stop this lunacy must stop, unquote. He forcefully swung his palm with a resounding slap on the cheek of one of his thoughtless group. Unquestioningly, 200 disciples followed suit, dealing stinging slaps to one another and to their master. The teacher, now frantic to escape the idiot automatons of his own creation, ran from their midst. In his unheeding haste, he jumped into a well to hide. His mindless disciples, obedient to the end, jumped into the well on top of him. They all indeed, quote, went to heaven together. Misguided intelligence is a dangerous power. Oblivious of truth, it can lead to disaster. Intelligence wedded to intuition, the divine wisdom of the soul, can be compared to a kite flying high in the skies with its cord held skillfully by its owner. Intelligence divorced from intuition is like the haphazard flight of a kite whose guiding cords has been snapped. Pardon me. The true master teaches the disciples to open his inner eye of all-knowing soul intuition. The devotee who gives to that master and his teaching the devotion and the uncavilling loyalty referred to in this Gita verse is thereby assured salvation. Interesting. Verse 32. Quote, but those who denounce this teaching of mine and do not live according to it, wholly deluded in regard to true wisdom, know them, devoid of understanding, to be doomed. Unquote. Those who decry the wisdom emanating from spirit as declared by the scriptures, by saints, and by soul intuition in divine communion, and who live disorderly lives, find all avenues of divine wisdom close to them. Without understanding, the ignorant pursue the path to spiritual ruin. Men who do not live according to the inner dictates of meditation, born peace of the soul, and find themselves entangled with the sensory perceptions and objects of smell, sight, sound, taste, and touch. Thus confused, they lose the true sense of direction towards the Godward goal of life. Numerous people, ridiculing the possibility of a final standard of truth, shut their minds to every spiritual pathway of escape. They slowly starve for lack of spiritual nourishment and thus perish in a self-created prison of ignorance. Thinking the path of self-knowledge painful or difficult, those who never travel on it lose all understanding and peace. Intelligence is a complex, ever-progressive force of consciousness by which objects and experiences of the phenomenal world are analyzed and explained. Intelligence was not given to man just for its own sake as an instrument of cognizance, but for the purpose of discriminative thought and action for the nurture of soul wisdom. The powerful force of intelligence is wondrously good, provided it is not misused. And then the subtitle here is Right Guidance of Intelligence, Reason, and Logic. In tracing the evolution of intelligence in man, we find it has been generally developed for its own sake, to satisfy the pride and sense of accomplishment of the ego. Only the wise few have discovered and consciously nurtured the wisdom producing intuition that lies hidden in the expression of intelligence. Reason carries with it the power of conviction derived from the instinctive intuition latent in it. If intuition is not awakened and fully operative, the conclusions of the reasoning intelligence may be erroneous. Thus it is that at first sight mathematically calculated syllogistic reasoning produces in the man a sense of conviction. But unless there is a means of comparing it to truth, its possible fallacy may not be detected. The syllogism itself may be perfect in its adherence to the rules of logic, but by the standard of truth it may be useless. Syllogisms that not only conform to laws of logic, but also inculcate the doctrines of truth, are intrinsically valuable to mankind. Excuse me. Truth endures. False intelligence disappears. Truth endures, false intelligence disappears. Wonderfully reasoned out books that are inimical to the laws of truth may for a period in cosmic time attract public support, but in the end they cannot stand the test of time. The works of mighty intellects can be dazzling to the eye of mankind's imagination, but if not founded in truth, they are like fireworks that amaze the beholder but fade quickly. Intellectual giants, masters of many languages, veritable walking libraries of knowledge and deductive philosophy, but who are devoid of the help of clear-eyed intuition, have a deluded intelligence, functional on the plane of relativity, but obstructive to divine wisdom. Hence, the development of intelligence should not be left without the guide of intuition. The more the intelligence is made complex, diluted, and broadened by the rationalizations of delusion, the less its depth and focusing power in discovering the true nature of things and of oneself. But when by meditation and devotional practice of divine teachings, the soul's intuition begins to guide the development of intelligence,
It is then that delusion instead of wisdom is doomed to destruction. Verses 33 and 34. Pardon me, I have to take another drink. Quote, even the wise man acts according to the tendencies of his own nature. All living creatures go according to nature. What can superficial suppression avail? Attachment and repulsion of the senses for their specific objects are nature ordained. Beware the influence of this duality. Verily, these two psychological qualities are one's enemies. Unquote. Even a wise man, not to speak of ordinary individuals, finds his senses governed by his general nature or inherent tendencies. That is, the senses, in accordance with habits formed through previous prenatal and postnatal actions, feel compelling attraction to certain things and are repulsed from others. The basic behavior and character of all living things are determined by the laws of nature, most specifically by mass karma or the universal cause-effect principle. But each man is additionally subject to his previous individual karma, which determines his own characteristic moods, inclinations, and habits that govern his thoughts and actions. A superficial suppression or mere restraint on external effects will not suffice to alter the course of nature's laws. Since attachment and repulsion to objects of the senses are the result of man's self-created karmic inclinations and are the cause of his bondage, these dual obstructions in the path of liberation must be removed. Man should be governed by wisdom and not by prejudiced moods and habits ruled by the dictators of attraction and repulsion. Torturing the senses, as in protracted fasting to control greed or in lying on a bed of nails to remove the desire for a comfortable mattress, or extreme suppression of strong inclinations will not bring liberation from the underlying desires, which are fed by obstinate previously acquired impulses. The whole universe is governed by the laws of karma. No one can escape them by crude force. Only by gradually taming the senses through wisdom-guided sense experience and by self-control can man be free from identifying himself with attachments and repulsions. A lover of truth under no circumstance should imitate the bond-slave of the senses, who is unwilling even to fight for freedom. The sincere devotee must never slacken in his efforts to overcome all impulses of sensory attachment or aversion. And, this is an interesting line, though, that I think applies to now. A lover of truth, under no circumstances, should imitate the bond-slave of the senses who is unwilling to fight for freedom. And that's kind of expressed in society at the moment. Huh? You know, these people who are trying to put out the truth about what's really going on with the koof and the jab and all these other things. And then all these other people who just don't know. They are essentially bond slaves and they have no fight for freedom. And then many of the rest of us who aren't so wrapped up in this kind of thing are at least trying to push something back. So, you know, again, this book has got so many insights to it, but all of the stuff that I've been bringing to you guys since we started really is, you know, it's about psychology. It's about, you know, let's say reclaiming yourself for who you are and what you are. So, continuing, the subtitle here is titled Understanding How Likes and Dislikes Color One's Perceptions. The soul, as a perfect image of spirit, is ever contented. The pseudo-soul or ego of the body-identified individual is never satisfied. Enslaved by the attachments and aversions of the senses, the diversified mentality of the ego fails to perceive the eclipsed, unconditioned bliss of the soul. To avoid this calamity, the nature or habit created the dual inclinations of the senses are to be shunned, thus preventing a blackout of the inner divine bliss. The ego gazes through the nature-created, reddish-dark spectacles of attraction or repulsion, so everything appears as red and gloomy, the quote-unquote colors of rajas and tamas. By turning away the vision from the senses and their natural limitations, the wise devotee perceives within his soul the constant luminescence of happiness. Those who practice spiritual exercises regularly but not deeply will encounter both satisfactory and unsatisfactory experiences. While meditating on the cosmic sound, they may hear it clearly and feel its vibratory power and peace, or they may experience little or no manifestation at all. They may see the spiritual eye clearly or only dimly. According to their experiences of the moment, they alternate between attachment and aversion to meditation. This attitude leads to spasmodic efforts, to deep meditation after glorious results into relaxation of attention when good results are not forthcoming. The earnest devotee must not indulge in these retarding longings for and aversions to meditations. Ardent consistency in spiritual effort is necessary. Otherwise, the senses will all too often impose the, quote, second nature, unquote, of the dual psychological sensory conflicts that prevent self-realization. Quote, unquote, natural inclinations in man, that is, inclinations born of his material nature, are fundamentally unnatural for soul perception. For this reason, Jesus pointed out that while it is, quote, natural, unquote, for men to seek bread and earthly goals, the wise first seek truly the native kingdom of spiritual happiness. Quote, and seek not ye what ye shall eat, or what ye shall drink, neither be ye of doubtful mind, for all these things do the nations of the world seek after, and your Father knoweth that ye have need of these things, but rather seek ye the kingdom of God, and all these things shall be added unto you. Unquote. Verse 35. Quote, one's own duty, Sva-dharma, though deficient in quality, is superior to duty other than one's own paradharma. Though well accomplished, let me go back and start that over. Quote, one's duty, Sva-dharma, though deficient in quality, is superior to duty other than one's own paradharma, though well accomplished. Better it is to die in Sva-dharma. Paradharma is fraught with fear and danger. Unquote. Man's first and highest obligation is to follow those righteous principles and actions pertinent to the unfoldment of the self. Sva, or that looks like it says almost looks like it says Siva. And yeah, I'm sure it has some relative connection there. But this is, of course, the Swami order of Shankara, so Brahma is definitely the top of the game for them. However, it's I think we're going to get a couple of little clues here along the book that kind of throw it out to Siva himself. So, anyways, so the self, Sva, even if one is presently devoid of adequate qualifications or perfect performance of divine duties, it is far better to die with a good karma of spiritual effort that moves him nearer to his goal than to spend life in egoistic bondage to oppose para duties that are imposed on man by nature and which thus cater to sensory satisfactions. No matter how well accomplished material goals, unlike spiritual attainments, are fraught with inevitable disappointments and sorrow, all fears and dangers inherent in a life lived in ignorance of the true self. An obvious practical interpretation of this verse is that one should analyze his continuous inner urge or consult a divine guru to diagnose his past karmic impulses to find out the life to which he is most suited. That path will bring him more lasting satisfaction than will his performance of perhaps nobler duties for which he is unsuited, even if accompanied by momentary success. And this is also expressed in the way that, in that book, Journey of Souls, how soul guides themselves and how souls decide what kind of lives they want to live because they have to work out certain types of karma that they've sort of picked up. So, fascinatingly, that's the exact same explanation. Continuing, comparison of one's own simpler duties with another's colossal duties is not wise. For one may be tempted to forsake his own self-evolving duties and try unsuccessfully to adopt difficult duties of others for which he is ill-fitted, and thus lose out in every way. Of course, one should try to better his karmic condition, the accumulated effects of past actions, rather than surrender passively to an ill fate. But one should not run from those karmically imposed duties that place before him lessons that are essential to his self-evolvement. Shirkers merely delay and multiply the inevitable consequences of delusive behavior, which can be neutralized only by dutiful action, wisdom, and God contact. On the basis of this general interpretation, this verse is often quoted in support of the duties assigned to man according to his caste. It is valid insofar as quote-unquote caste is understood as man's natural self-evolving propensities, as discussed in section 231 and section 3 I'm sorry, chapter 3, 24, not as the circumscriptions of this class as a class heritage at birth. So essentially, they're talking about this, your caste is understood as your natural place in the world, whether you're a worker or a businessman or, you're trying to be somebody who is attached to the God, the devotee sort of path, that kind of thing. So, and the deeper meaning of this verse, however, is that Sva-dharma, quote, soul's duty, unquote, signifies the spiritual duty necessary for the realization of self, Siva. Para in paradharma means, quote, opposite, another, different from one's self, enemy, or adversary, unquote, i.e. the ego, I guess. Here is a subtitle, Deeper Meaning of Sva-dharma, One's Natural Duty. That which is opposite of and inimical to the true self or soul is the sense-identified ego. Exactly. The Lord adjures the devotee that it is better to die trying to develop spiritually, even if results are not immediate or spectacular, than to follow the momentary joyous life of the senses. Greed, avarice, attachments, egotistic desire for name and fame, the revolting enemies of man's true happiness. He is a superior being, though he remain unheeded and unknown, who follows the simple the simple virtues of life and path of calm meditation that slowly but steadily unveils the soul, compared to one who pursues well-performed spectacular worldly duties catering to the senses, or who performs superficial ceremonious religious duties. It is better to lead a quiet life that is brightened by daily meditation than to pursue the sensual worldly life that seems attractive and engaging for a time, but in the end proves fatal to soul realization. And yeah, I would agree with that. There's a lot of reasons why I moved out in the middle of nowhere in the woods of Vermont quite a few years ago. But part of it is this idea. I mean, I'm part of the world for sure, but it is nice to have your own little corner of the world to be able to, grow food and be somewhat self-sustainable and have a nice natural place to meditate and, let's say, converge with. It is nice, and I feel, living in the cities definitely makes it much more difficult to be able to do some of these things. Not impossible, just a little bit more challenging. Continuing, the consciousness of soul, the true substance of the self, is individualized, ever-existing, ever-conscious, ever-new bliss. The pseudo-soul, ego, or ahamkara, is identified with 24 ever-changeable attributes of nature. The nature of the self, perceiving spirit, is bliss. The nature of the ego and the senses, manifesting nature's attributes, is ever-changing excitement. Man should concentrate on the immutable divine bliss of the soul and not on the mutating ignorant perceptions of inimical senses. The neutralization in Kriya Yoga, meditation of the good, bad, and activating qualities of nature, harmonizes the natural attributes in man. He then manifests the true self beyond the entanglements of the threefold qualities and their 24 attributes. Owing to the mind's running in all directions, meditation is difficult for the beginner. Yet to strive laboriously to attain bliss is far superior to obtaining promptly and easily the pleasures of the senses. When the difficult way is persistently followed, the devotee will eventually succeed. By ecstatic meditation, he can then rise above all bodily limitations to infinite bliss, a far better outcome for man than is an indefinitely prolonged ride on the dangerous Ferris wheel of births and deaths. So in the chat, we have Thoth the Atlantean. Yes, Vermont is quite cold, and we do have a short growing season. However, our state is full of farms, so I don't know what to tell you. And I grow a lot of food here. I mean, we grew a ton of food this year, and last year we grew a ton of food. It's just about growing the certain kinds. There's cold weather type of stuff that goes quicker, and it's a different kind of thing. But yeah, I used to live down south, and a lot of times I will definitely be like, yeah, I would love to be down south right now. So I feel you, brother. Continuing, conquering the two-sided passion, desire, and anger. Verse 36, Arjuna said, O Varshnaya, Krishna, by what is man impelled, even against his will, to perform evil, compelled, it seems, by force? Unquote. Every man sometimes experiences a peculiar state, even as he strives towards virtuous actions. He seems to be dragged into temptation, almost by force. A businessman trying to carry on an honest business and finding dishonest tradesmen more prosperous than himself is often so strongly tempted to follow their example that he is, quote, forced, unquote, to do so. Indeed. Many a moralist trying to control the strongest mental and physical impulse created by nature, the sex impulse, finds his mind driven, seemingly automatically, to sex thoughts, sex desires, and consequent illicit sex acts. Attraction to pleasant tastes and odors, or even to beauty, art, and music, may harmfully lure the strict ascetic who wants to rise above them and concentrate on self-control. During meditation and practice of Kriya Yoga, the devotee finds his mind concentrated in the spiritual eye and in the joy of the self, beyond the entanglements of sensations and thoughts, with no other longing to remain locked within that peace. Suddenly, without warning, he discovers he has been dragged down, as it were, by some mysterious force, thrown into a mire of restlessness and a dark consciousness of corporeal sensations. Instead of remaining in the motionless perception of the blessed soul, he seems impelled to forsake that state and indulge in sensory motor activities that aggravate bodily consciousness. The businessman, the moralist, the ascetic, and the devotee therefore ask the common question introspectively, quote, why is it that I am compelled, as though by force, and against my resisting wish, to commit error in thought and deed? Unquote. Repeated performance of good or bad actions forms good or bad habits. Habits are psychological automatic machines that enable man to perform actions without conscious effort. To be able to perform good actions under the compelling influence of habit is beneficial, because good habits make easy the performance of good actions. The psychological machine of a good habit can create good activities by mass production. Without the automatic power of a worthy habit, a fresh, difficult effort has to be made each time one strives to perform a good action. It follows, then, that the devotee should never form any evil habit, lest it enslave his will. To use the mechanical power of a habit in doing undesirable acts is misusing this God-given law of mind. Quote, ease comes with repetition, unquote. This law should be used only to ease the performance of good works. Bad habits are destructive to health, morality, and inner peace. Overeating, for instance, is an overindulgence of any sense under the spell that the habit of greed causes physical disease or mental satiety or inner unhappiness. According to its training, a parrot will repeat a holy name or a vile epithet anytime, anywhere. The birds should be taught to utter only good words, otherwise there will be embarrassing moments before a select company. A bad habit, like an evilly taught parrot, repeats evil against one's will any moment, anywhere, and brings humiliation and misery. Regarding Arjuna's query to Krishna, it can be said that people misuse the coercive power of habit to perform evil, while they should use that force only to perform good. Ignorance, lack of watchfulness, want of discretion in selecting right actions, and carelessness in choosing proper friends often entrap a person in quicksand of bad habits that draws him down against his will. The influence of constant association is usually stronger than that of judgment or willpower. Good or bad company is more potent than one's inner resistance. The devotee who has noticed this fact might be moved to ask, quote, why is it, Lord, that saints so easily act nobly, while wicked persons seem to be forced to act malevolently? Unquote. A person is free to choose between good and bad actions before his inclinations solidify into habits. Once he becomes used to good or evil, he is no longer free. The diminutive chains of habits are seldom heavy enough to be felt until they are too strong to be broken. Unquote. Some people form habits more easily than others. A person who is despondently ill or weak-willed or mentally deficient will fall readily into bad habits. In the subconscious mind of a moron, for instance, one act of smoking may form the seed of a habit. Even a devotee who is not easily influenced must guard against the unconscious creation of bad habits. If he has already been poisoned by a bad habit, he should cure himself by continuously using the antidote of good actions and good habits and good company. Strange it is. Often a person, even while loathing his own actions, finds himself indulging in anger, lust, prevarication, dishonesty, overeating, sloth, disorderly life, and so on, owing to his careless creation of bad habits. Bad habits of past lives appear as strong moods and octopus-like inclinations whose tentacles are strengthened by evil company and thoughtless actions. Wrong tendencies should be curtailed by man seeking good company and practicing self-control, and he should wholly consume those evils with the fire of discrimination and meditation. Indeed. Verse 37. The Blessed Lord said, well, quote, the Blessed Lord said, born of the activating attribute of nature, Rajoguna, it is desire, it is anger, that is the impelling force, full of unappeasable craving and great evil. Know this two-sided passion to be the foulest enemy here on earth, unquote. While habit is the automatic force that impels man to act even against his will, see chapter 3, section 36, the root cause of compulsive action in the nature-instigated delusive duo of desire and its corollary of anger or frustrated desire. Desires are silken threads of material pleasures which the spider of habit continuously spins around the soul to form the shrouding cocoon of ignorance. The soul must manage to cut through this stifling cocoon of ignorance to reemerge as the butterfly of omnipresence. Voracious desire and frustration spring from nature's activating quality, which spawns illimitable variety and enticement, exciting man into indiscriminate habit-forming actions. Since this pair binds man to a world of illusions and quite destroys his ability to recollect his true omnipresent nature of all satisfying divine bliss, there can be no fouler foe than this. And interesting, this, what is it, this, what do you call that? This metaphor, thank you. This metaphor here of the soul must manage to cut through this stifling cocoon of ignorance to reemerge as the butterfly of omnipresence. That's in the ancient iconography. You have often people or kings or gods or whatever. They're expressed with 4 different wings. 2 of them are down and 2 of them are up. And that's sort of talking about how the 2 that are down is sort of the passive materialistic side, as the 2 that are up is the illumined so-called spiritual, soul, that has realized itself in self-realization. Interestingly enough, I mean, it's you see this over and over and over and over again in ancient artwork. Okay, so continuing, the subtitle here is How Desire and Anger Bind Man to a World of Illusions. The soul of man, identified with conditional physical existence, forgets its divine heritage of unconditional, all-fulfilling bliss, and as ego, it starts walking towards an ever-receding, mutable mirage of desires. Soon man is burning with the thirst of unfulfillment. Obstructed desire then turns for support to its ugly brother companion we all call anger. The longer one travels with unfulfilled desire through the desert of delusion, Maya, the more acute his thirst for new oases of fulfillment. Unhappy, disillusioned, angry, unappeased, he is scorched with the heat of unending lusts. Again, this whole idea of hell, right? Beset by delusive desires, man wanders ever farther from the blissful heaven within. He tries to cross the endless, ever-burning sands of dissatisfaction, seeking waters of happiness in the wastelands of drowsy longings instead of the well of peace that can be uncovered by meditation. Both material desires and anger are created by man while he is incarnate on earth, working under the activating influences of the Rajas quality of nature. This activating quality produces in man the desire for pulsating change. The soul, having descended into the descentes from the sphere of unvaried calmness, becomes feverishly active with desire, anger, and habits arising from actions, and thereby finds itself identified with the body, the fluctuating mind, material environment, moods, and inclinations inherited from the past or recently acquired. The soul itself is motionless, unfluctuating bliss, but once man has willfully wandered into the activating attributes Rajoguna, he becomes the ego and goes unwillingly whirling, swirling, blindingly struggling in a whirlwind of ever-revolving desires. The wise devotee will not leave his inner oasis of spiritual poise for the swirl of destructive change. Matter is imperfect at best, being but the shadow of spirit. Constantly mutating material vibrations can never reflect the unchanging bliss of spirit. It is only by looking beyond the alternating pale light of good and the darkness of evil that one beholds the divine sun. SUN for those listening. Desire and anger can never be appeased by fulfillment, not even by control over matter. Every material desire leads man farther away from bliss, delaying his task of finding the way back to his native state of absolute peace. The unfulfilled longing of desire and the obstructed longing of anger, therefore, are disastrously inimical to the recovery of bliss. Lord Krishna warns that this duo force is man's great enemy. And here we are at a different chapter. Let's get all this here. Verse 38. Quote, as fire is obscured by smoke, as a looking glass by dust, as an embryo is enveloped by the womb, so it, wisdom, is covered by this desire, unquote. The blissful wisdom nature of the soul is enveloped and obstructed by the impelling and often wrathful force of desire in one whose consciousness is identified with the attributes of nature. By the commanding influence of the three qualities, triguna, of nature through which desire expresses itself, the concealment of the blissful soul wisdom is of varying degrees, comparable to the progressively grosser coverings produced by smoke, dust, and the density of the womb. The soul is bedimmed by any relativity, whether of good, active, or evil modes of nature. Influenced by environmental attributes, the soul succumbs to desire and adopts the guises of nature. When the soul's pure nature is hidden behind sattvic, good attributes, as fire is covered by smoke, the smoke screen is easily dispersed by a strong breeze of discrimination. Even through this screen, the soul's dazzling bliss can be slightly perceived, though in a distorted way. The devotee looks beyond good attributes in distinguishing their paleness from the brilliance of the soul. Goodness gives a semi-permanent mental happiness, but soul realization imparts unending, changeless bliss. When the rajasic activating qualities dim the soul's splendor as dust obscures a mirror, one needs the cloth of continuous right effort to wipe off the ever-accumulative covering of selfish, desire-producing activities. In other words, it is more difficult to remove the thick rajasic layers of restless, active, selfish desires from the soul than it is to disperse the smoke of sattvic qualities. When the tamasic, evil attributes are paramount, the soul is as hampered and darkened and hidden as an embryo in the womb. It is very difficult to release it from the desires of the tamasic qualities of ignorance and sloth. Verse 39, quote, O son of Kunti, Arjuna, the constant enemy of wise men is the unslackable flame of desire by which wisdom is concealed, unquote. All right, I need to take a quick sip. And here we go again with fire as the representation of spirit and spiritual power and all these things. Continuing, wood sustains fire. The flame vanishes with the exhaustion of the fuel. Similarly, sense pleasures sustain the fire of material desires that hide in the view of the soul. When a sense pleasure is exhausted, the fire of longing ceases for a moment. But owing to a lack of knowledge as to the nature of inflammable desires, the foolish man soon adds more fuel of sense indulgence. The raging fire continues to obscure wisdom. While such stupidity continues, a man never finds the peace of lasting satisfaction. He momentarily wakes up to this fact only when his longings are thwarted. He doesn't realize the consuming power of desires because his sense of discrimination is paralyzed. Thus, desire is the hail fellow, well-met companion of the foolish man. The wise man knows desire to be a relentless foe. There are two types of wise men. Rare on earth is the fully liberated man. Realizing that all is spirit, he becomes one with the infinite. Such a being manifests this divine oneness by complete self-mastery. He can at will withdraw his life force and consciousness from matter, senses, and sensory motor nerves, muscle, heart, spine, and the 7 subtle cerebral spinal centers into spirit. While remaining immutably established in this divine union, he can return life and consciousness to the body so that he walks, works, and meditates from the plane of wisdom, yet is untouched inwardly by any circumscription or illusion of nature. The second type is one who, after realizing his oneness with spirit, then centers his consciousness in the spiritual eye. He works through the third eye plane, in which he is still partially identified with the psychological and sensory phenomena of his body. Wise men of this class are occasionally subject to the wisdom-hampering flames of inimical desires, but never fail to recognize and thwart them, owing to the constant vigilance of inner introspection. The liberated man transcends bodily consciousness and works from the spirit. The partially uplifted wise man works through his discrimination and the intuitive guidance received from concentration on his spiritual eye. But the worldly man's mind and life activities are centered in the lumbar, sacral, and coccygeal centers, which are identified with the gross senses and material desires, so i.e. the three bottom chakras. So the devotee should never strive to keep his mind concentrated not on centers of taste, touch, sight, smell, or hearing, but in the forehead, the seat of the spiritual eye and of discrimination that empowers self-control. The materialist is identified with the body's surface and is goaded to action by sense temptations. The wise man watches and governs his mind, processes and discrimination and self-control. The sensual man does not realize the destructive power of desires. He embraces them and is consumed by them, like an insect that is burned by its attraction to a flame. The thinking, watchful devotee is conscious whenever even a slight spark or a malevolent desire starts to spread in the huge timbers of inner wisdom. He puts out the fire of desire at its first tantalizing flicker. Verse 40, quote, "The senses, mind, and intellect are said to be desire's formidable stronghold. Through these, desire deludes the embodied soul by eclipsing its wisdom." Unquote. The blissful soul is perfect wisdom, knowing all things by intuition, direct perception without any instrumental intermediary. In its embodied consciousness, however, the soul works through the instrument of senses, mind, and intellect. These provide the medium of exchange between the perceiving soul and its bodily encasement and the objects of external environment. Contact of the senses with the objects of the senses is made possible by the operation of the mind, which conceives incoming impressions and relays outgoing impulses. These are cognized, interpreted, and guided by the action of the intellect. The result of this communication between the soul and matter is an enjoyment and attachment that rouses a responsive feeling desire. The excitation of desire causes the consciousness to become increasingly dependent on and identified with gross instruments of perception and expression. In this way, desire deludes the external consciousness of the soul by obscuring its expression of wisdom, deriving from direct perception of truth with mere inferential conceptions born of the interacting forces of nature. With the support of the deluded consciousness, the pseudo-soul or ego, desire becomes firmly ensconced in the senses, mind, and intellect. It finds in these instruments a perfect citadel where it can reign and wield its power and totalitarian authority throughout the bodily kingdom and its activities. Yes, indeed. The Hippocrates matrix makes an interesting point. The materialistic man has a lot of ish, let's just say. And it's true. We all have our things to work on, right? What's so fascinating about the whole thing, though, and certainly one comes to this conclusion if you reach down deep enough inside of you, but and I've said this before in an earlier part of this book, but the first 12, 15 years of your life, especially the first 6, really aren't up to you. It's all programming time. And so, and then later on in life, we act and react in the same exact ways that we just perceived others doing so while we were young. Not really understanding any of these things until much later in life. It's funny how those are these driving things in life, and which is, absolutely expressed here in this book. So, there's a lot of stuff that every single person has to work through, and that's kind of the beauty about this whole idea of non-judgmental, not being judgmental, non-judgmentalism, is the realization that we are basically, every one of us has had this kind of thing in different degrees, obviously, but we've all lived a life up to a point, and then, either you gave up and and you've gone towards the whole tamasic or whatever, that whole that those evil qualities, and or like most people, you're somewhere in the middle. I would say I think most people are somewhere in the middle, and it's just a struggle. I mean, it's the life struggle. Everybody struggles, and that's one of the nice things about understanding that and being able to have compassion and empathy, because that it could be, and in some very strange way is you in a different dimension, experiencing life in that different way. So it's interesting that when one really does encapsulate those kinds of mindsets in your mind and you live with that every day, it does absolutely make your every relationship, and so and as much as you are aware of these things happening, it makes situations in life just that much easier to deal with. Again, they talk about the equanimity in this book, and that's a big thing, not just in this particular religion, but in a lot of these other main religions. Something you don't really hear a lot about, even though some of these titans of various religions that have all these writings, they talk about this all the time. Interestingly enough, that never really came through on the mass expression of Christianity, or let's say Islam and other things, even though they are present in their writings. So it's fascinating, but that's not something that is really much more of a point like it is in this particular book. Anyways, continuing. Intellect, mind, and senses, a triune receptacle for desire. The 5 instruments of action: speech, hands and feet, rectal and genital muscles, and the 5 instruments of knowledge, sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch, are manipulated by the subtle powers of the senses. Psychological acts of perception, cognition, meditation, determination, self-control, and so on are performed by the mind and intellect. Intellect, mind, and senses being instruments of nature, and a triune receptacle for desire, the outcome of the enjoyment of nature. Wisdom, in greater or lesser degree according to how densely it is veiled by nature's forces, also manifests through these 3. Desire and wisdom thus constantly battle within this castle. Material desires should be driven from the inner fortress of the senses, mind, and intellect, and wisdom established there. Meditational experience reveals that desire cannot exert its influence beyond the spiritual eye of concentration centered in the forehead, because thoughts dissolve in its powerful light. Divine wisdom, however, whose source is in the soul, soars beyond the inner eye and through the cerebral centers into infinitude, circumventing all bodily limitations. When the devotee concentrates on the sun-like rays of wisdom, the resultant power unfolds the omniscient, omnipresent lotus petals of the soul. Desire, on the other hand, befogs the inner vision with a dark veil of ignorance. In the all-pervading inner light, the yogi beholds with equal clarity the boundless territory of cosmic consciousness and the confinements of cosmic delusions. When the mind, intellect, and senses are wet with the waters of material desires, then, like water-soaked matchsticks, they fail to produce the spark of wisdom when called upon for light. The soul is then obscured beneath the darkness of desires and sheds no outward illumination. In the initial stage, during meditation, and afterwards in the performance of activities, the yogi is still engrossed in the consciousness of body and matter and does not perceive the cosmic beam from which they emanate. With open eyes, the neophyte yogi perceives material vibrations, and with closed eyes he beholds darkness, absence of material vibrations. Hence, in both these states he is under the spell of delusion. But when the advanced yogi meditates deeply with closed eyes and dissolves his senses, perceptions, and thoughts in pure intuitive experience, he is able to behold the auric sun rising out of the surrounding gloom with its meditational flame of wisdom. The devotee can stave off new desires and quote-unquote cauterize his pristine prenatal and habitual postnatal desires. When the veil of delusion is removed by this deep meditation, he beholds himself not as a body, but as an omnipresent being, in ecstatic awakening. The dark body dream of the soul disappears as the soul realizes its oneness with omnipresent spirit. The awakened soul, finding the absolute completeness of spirit within itself, laughs at its ridiculous desires of incarnation, in which so many times the self, a prince of infinity, had impersonated a mortal beggar. Verse 41. Quote, therefore, O best of the Bharata dynasty, Arjuna, first discipline the senses, then destroy desire, the sinful annihilator of wisdom and self-realization. Unquote. Sense acts create sense habits create sense desires create sense acts. This vicious cycle is to be avoided, so the temporarily charming catering to the senses acts must be stopped, first by discriminating and staying away from the objects of temptation, then by using the fire of wisdom to destroy the inner tendencies towards temptation. The self-disciplined devotee who does not enslave himself to the inordinate demands of, for instance, his gustatory servant, the appetite, finds that his desire for food remains normal, obedient to his wisdom. But if he indulges in a constant desire to eat, an unnatural state is created in which the evil desire is repeatedly fed by fresh acts of greedily swallowing food. The greater one's sense indulgence, the more urgent and increasing the desire to cater to the senses. As the sense desire increases, like tenacious weeds, they choke the growth of the healing herb of discrimination and meditation-born self-realization. Matter exists without, spirit within. The former exists opposite the latter. As the sensuous desire to look without increases, the discriminating desire to look within decreases. The concentration on sense temptation automatically destroys the vision of spirit, simply because they exist in diverse spheres. The paths to matter and spirit lie in opposite directions. To find freedom in the enslaving power of the senses, the greedy, angry, sensual individual first must avoid the material environment that easily excites his specific psychophysical weakness, and then must kill the inner desire that will otherwise accompany him wherever he goes. The devotee who exercises outward self-restraint and thereby feels secure against temptation should introspectively remind himself, quote, "Perhaps you can easily run away from outer temptations, but can you escape from the inner living photograph of hypnotic eyes of desire that you've created and preserved within yourself? Let not their subtle manipulative power catch you in a moment of vulnerability." Unquote. These inimical desires must be brought out from their subconscious hiding places and slain in the counteracting agents of spiritual perception developed by meditation. The more awareness of lasting inner bliss one attains, the less he is entrapped by desire. Verse 42. I'm going to have to take a quick drink. Pardon me. Without the enlivening, quote, "The senses are said to be superior to the physical body. The mind is superior to the sense faculties. The intelligence is superior to the mind, but he, the self, is superior to the intelligence." Unquote. Without the enlivening 10 sensory powers, the body is inert matter. The effects produced by the sensory powers are relative to their perception by the mind, manas. Perception is meaningful only in subservience to the cognition and determination of the intelligence, buddhi. Intelligence borrows its power from intuition, the pure wisdom of the all-supreme blissful soul. In the sacred scriptures of India, a carriage drawn by 10 horses and guided by a driver who holds the reins is compared to the soul riding in a body chariot drawn by 10 sensory motor stallions, reined in by the mind and charioteered by the intelligence. The owner is most important, for the carriage is his responsibility. Next to him in importance is the driver, then the reins which are necessary for control, then come the horses, and lastly the vehicle itself. Similarly, the soul, the creator of the bodily carriage, is most important. Next to the soul comes the directing intelligence, then the mind, or instrument of control, then the sense stallions, then the body. Subtitle here, Body, Mind, and Soul, Analogy of the Chariot and Horses. This is interesting, should be interesting as well, because not only is our chariots constantly represented in Indian art, but it's also represented in art all across the Mesopotamia and the Akkadian Empire and various other things. So, as much as they might be chariots of war, I think in some aspects they're probably analogous to this particular perspective. So continuing, the bodily vehicle cannot move without the senses. That is, a sleeping or dead body cannot manifest intelligent activity. The senses cannot work harmoniously without the mind to coordinate them. The absent-minded man has slackened the rein on his senses and cannot act intelligently until he gathers up the reins of the mind. The mentally ill person is one whose directing driver has dropped the reins, so that the contact between intelligence and the senses is temporary or permanently broken. The driver of the chariot is sometimes referred to as the mind when mind is used in the common collective sense for all the faculties of intelligence, not just specifically manas or the sense mind. Then the reins are referred to as the brain, the instrument used by the mind. Again, the driver may be referred to as the ego. When Krishna and Arjuna, however, are shown in the chariot, the symbol is that of the Supreme Soul, Krishna as Lord or Krishna consciousness, the infinite intelligence, the supreme wisdom, or as the individualized soul, as the charioteer, guiding the spiritually inclined ego of the devotee concerning the proper way to use discriminative intelligence, buddhi, and sense mind, manas, to govern the senses and to carry the body chariot along the road of life. A man should have a sturdy carriage, well-kept horses, strong reins, an alert, well-trained driver, and a wisely chosen path to travel over to reach his destination. A devotee moving towards self-realization should have a healthy body, well-behaved senses trained by self-control, strong mental reins to hold them, and a keen, discriminative intelligence to guide them. Then the body chariot can traverse the straight and narrow path of right action to its destination. A reckless man, depending on a rickety carriage drawn by uncontrolled horses, guided by loose reins held by a careless driver while traveling a zigzag stony path, may easily careen into a ditch. Similarly, analogies may be drawn as follows. A worldly man in a vulnerable body, who has poor discrimination and weak mental faculties, and who thus allows his strong impulses to roam at will, uncontrolled over the rough road of life, will surely meet with a disastrous fate of wrecked health and material failures. The intellectual or emotional man who moves over dogmatic pathways of knowledge and belief, and whose his mental sense impressions are guided by non-discriminative habits of bigotry and blind emotion, is certain to become mired in the muddy ruts of ignorance. Boy, is that a good description of the kinds of people that seem to be abundant these days. Continuing, the devotee is aware that the most important objective in life is to attain the goal of self-realization, to know through meditation his true soul nature and its oneness with the ever blissful spirit, that he may not be waylaid by tumbling into ditches of physical, mental, and spiritual suffering. He learns also to develop discriminative intelligence, clear, harmonious mental faculties of perception, self-controlled senses, and a body imbued with health and vitality, and they may all serve the soul for whom and for which purpose alone these instruments were brought together. Indeed, without the consciousness and intuitive wisdom of the soul behind them, they would not even exist. In other words, the devotee realizes the proper priorities in self-development, first and always in his soul consciousness, then in his intelligence, mind, senses, and body. The man in delusion caters first to the appetites of his body in utter disregard of the development of its superiors, sense, mind, intellect, and soul. Verse number 43. Quote, O mighty armed Arjuna, thus cognizing the self as superior to the intelligence and disciplining the self, ego, by the self, soul, annihilate the foe, hard to conquer, wearing the form of desire. Unquote. With a strong-willed ego, meditate on the blessedness of the soul, becoming imbued with its superior joy. The ego will lose desire for lesser sense pleasures and desire hard to conquer without attaining this standard of comparison. Golden butter does not change its color when floating on water in black or green vessel, but the water looks black or green according to the specific color of its container. Similarly, the soul's golden bliss always remains unchanged, even while floating on dark waters of the sense-identified diluted intelligence. Subtitle, Man should depend on soul wisdom, not fickle intellect. The soul, being immutable and transcendental, is thus superior to the easily influenced human intellect. By meditation, the incorruptible blessed nature of the soul is discovered. Soul perception is so delightful and insightful that it restrains the errant desires of the primordial ego. After disciplining the sense desires by spiritual means, the devotee is ultimately able to destroy the almost unconquerable lust of the material desire that is such a powerful enemy of self-realization. By inner calmness born of self-control, discrimination, and meditation, the devotee should try to remain on the plane of intuitive soul perception, which is always stable and not depend too heavily on the fickle intellect, which is like a sharp dagger, can be misused to slay the soul's wisdom instead of desire-filled enemy senses. Those who meditate deeply seldom fall, whereas an exceptionally clever individual who depends only on his superior intellect often finds himself cut off from true happiness through using rationalization to countenance sense indulgence and desires. The only reliable disciplinarian and guide for the ego self is the true self, or omniscient soul. Quote, wisdom never lies, unquote. Soul wisdom is revealed to man through the agency of intuition, direct perception of truth, not by amassing knowledge through the intellect. The seeker after wisdom should understand the difference between intuition and man's limited faculty of intelligence. Human beings have perception and intelligence to understand the world of objects. The soul is endowed with the power of intuition to understand not only the world of objects, but also all inner psychical phenomena and their intrinsic spiritual nature. Intelligence interprets phenomena, the outward appearance of things. Intuition reveals the underlying noumena. Through the sense windows, man looks at the objects of sense, but in deeper perception, where the senses and intellect cannot reach, intuition prevails. Man's intelligence is dependent on data supplied by the world. Okay. Sorry, I got distracted by my connection there for a second. Man's intelligence is dependent on data supplied by the world of objective senses. All his knowledge is about the different objects of sense, inferred from their activities and their phenomena of color, form, sound, smell, taste, and touch. This acquisition of knowledge by inference is called, let's see if I can read this, parakshajnana. By the vibratory exchange between the senses and their objects, man's inferential intelligence remains engrossed in the thought of matter. His intelligence is like a very aggressive businessman. As all the brain energy of the high-powered businessman is engaged in making money, so the intellect is single-pointed on the world of the senses. It interprets everything according to, quote, facts and figures, unquote, of its big account book of the mind. And here is a subtitle to this section. Intuition is practical and a natural faculty of man's true self. Pardon me. As long as there is inferential thought going on within a person's mind, he does not have direct realization or of underlying realities. Pertinent to that subject, one who thinks deeply and clearly, however, as in calm concentration and meditation, goes beyond the reasoning process of thought to keen perception manifesting in conscious thoughts, arising from within rather than from data accumulated from without. This knowing of truth by direct perception is called aparakshajnana. Some people say this is mystical. It is not mystical. It is most practical and a natural faculty of man's true self. And I will say this. This is very important, what he's going over here. Because intuition, let's see here, the more that you unlock that spiritual intuition, the more that you consciously and almost unconsciously use it all the time. For instance, I would be put into certain situations, and without immediately jumping into it with any kind of preconceived notions or thoughts, I literally will just take in the whole thing, and in my own mind and in my own intuition, I'm sort of the various, let's say, aspects and avenues and possibilities and probabilities are sort of crisscrossing themselves in my, I'd say, awareness. And therefore, when certain situations happen, I have, and this is something that I never thought could be possible, but until, my big spiritual change, But being able to understand things on a whole different level, where you can see where, well, if I did this, this, and this, and this, and this will happen. And it's instantaneous. You don't have to think of it very hard. And it's one of those things where it very much is a guiding principle once you awaken that thing, that intuition within you. And you learn how to, let's say, read it. Because that's a part of it too. And that's why, they talk about here people who don't know how to do it, and they sort of just work everything on facts and figures, and but they miss the let's say the bigger picture behind it all. Continuing, science should try to understand intuition even as it is systematically researched intelligence. If one tries to tell a savage who has no contact with world progress of the wonders of modern science, he will not understand. With the growth of civilization, there have been progressive stages of intellectual advancement, but in the understanding and development of intuition, man's state is still relatively primal. Yes, I mean, 100%. Understanding and intuition are interrelated. Intuition does not go against nature's law of understanding, but it goes beyond them. To illustrate, the electric current flowing into a light bulb manifests in a tangible way in the form of light, the brilliance of which is determined by the wattage of the bulb, but it is the electricity itself traveling invisibly through the wires to the bulb that is the cause of the light. Similarly, man's intelligence is the light of cognition in the body, and intuition is the current flowing through the wires of mind and intellect to produce that light. According to the capacity or limitations of an individual's discriminating intelligence, the expression of intuitional power through that instrumentality varies at different times, as evidenced by the accuracy of understanding or the lack of it manifested in one's thoughts. That's exactly what I was saying earlier. It's like, opening that channel of intuition, but then understanding how to be able to read it is a whole different step. Continuing. But though intuitive acts in a limited way through intellect and mind, it is independent of them. The light shining in the bulb cannot exist without the electric current to sustain it, but the current exists whether or not it shines forth through the bulb. So, also, intelligence cannot work without the power of intuition behind it, but intuition remains even without the instruments of rational thought. The mind unites and coordinates the senses. Intelligence is the cognizer. Intuition is the reign of power behind all man's mental phenomena: thought, attention, will, sensation, perception, memory, appreciation, feelings, impulses. The mental powers could not act in cooperation and harmony if there was no invisible master of intuition to guide them, secretly touching the thoughts, feelings, and process of cognition, directing them to act in cooperation for fulfilling the wishes of the soul. When an individual's intelligence is diluted by the 24 attributes and 3 activating qualities of nature, it often acts in error against intuition. Thus, the devotee must be careful not to mistake his vague imaginings or obstinate inclinations for pure guidance of soul intuition. But intelligence, guided by intuition, cultivated by contacting the soul in meditation, rightly disciplines and leads the error-prone ego. And by its revelations of truth, intuition inspires the ego to forsake delusive desires in favor of the obviously superior everlasting bliss of the soul. Rid of the parasites of ego and finite desires, the exquisitely perfect soul spreads its multi-blossom branches of divine qualities in the infinite sunlight of spirit. And, that seems to be the end of that chapter. All right, chapter 4. Whew. We're not even halfway through this book yet. Oh, man. Okay, how long have I been going on here? About an hour and a half? Okay, I think it might be time for just a quick break. Let me just put in the break screen. And I shall put on the music for you for a little bit, and I'll be gone for about 5, no more than 10 minutes. I'll be right back. Bye.
back. Take the break screen off. There we go. Alright, so chapter 4, the supreme science of knowing God, the historical basis and esoteric essence of yoga, the incarnations of the divine, paths of liberation from the rounds of rebirth, Lord's modes of actions within his creation, freedom from karma, the nature of right action, wrong action, and inaction, yajna, the spiritual fire rite that consumes all karma, the all-sanctifying wisdom imparted by a true guru. Quote, even though almost completely buried during the material age, the science of yoga can never be annihilated, for it is linked to the reality within man. Whenever he questions the phenomena of life and awakens spiritually, through God's grace, he encounters a true guru who acquaints him with the art of divine union, unquote. And I would agree with that on multiple different levels, which I will be sharing with you guys in future stuff. Some really interesting connective stuff that I've been reading lately. It is kind of mind-blowing, to tell you the truth. So, chapter 4, starting, the supreme science of knowing God, the historical basis and esoteric essence of yoga, verses 1 and 2. Quote, the exalted Lord said to Arjuna, I have this imperishable yoga to Vivasvat, the sun god. Vivasvat passed on the knowledge to Manu, the Hindu lawgiver. Manu told it to Ikshvaku, founder of the solar dynasty of the Kshatriyas, handed down in this way in orderly succession. The Rajarishis, royal rishis, knew it. But, O scorcher of foes, Arjuna, by the long passage of time, this yoga was lost sight of on earth, unquote. Spirit, cosmic consciousness, here symbolized as Krishna, gave the indestructible Raja Yoga science the technique of united soul and spirit to the ancient Illuminato, Vivasvat, the, quote, deity of the sun, unquote, symbolic of God's omnipresent light or creative cosmic energy, which is manifested also in man as the microcosmic sun or light of the spiritual eye, epitome of life, of all life and consciousness in the incarnate being. Now, tell me that doesn't like ring straight out of like Egypt, right? Another book I'm probably going to go over because of its absolute interconnectedness is this great book called Egyptian Yoga. And when I get to that, after listening to this whole incredible book, hopefully that'll start to give some serious dot connecting for all of you guys out there listening, because boy, is this stuff old. Much older than what people think, I think. And which I think I think it's just one of those, it's the bigger project that I'm sort of working off to the side here, the more documentary project that's going to bring a lot of this together. However, you guys know me, I like raw information and I like sharing it, so continuing. Vivasvat, the sun, imparted his sacred yoga to the great exponent of Dharma, Manu, symbolizing manas, the mind, the instrument from which sentient human consciousness derives. Manu bestowed it on the founder of the solar dynasty of the Kshatriyas, Ikshvaku, symbolic of the intuitive astral eye of life and consciousness in man. In this orderly succession, this yoga was then bequeathed to the royal sages, symbolizing the descent of the life and consciousness into the senses, giving man sensory perception of and interaction with the material world. Thereafter, when the cycles of the world entered the Dark Ages, knowledge of this divine science deteriorated and was lost. Symbolically, throughout many incarnations, the senses are engrossed in and identified with matter, and man thus loses the knowledge and ability of reuniting his soul with spirit. These two verses thus proclaim the historical antiquity of Raja, or otherwise known as royal, yoga, the eternal, immutable science of uniting soul and spirit. At the same time, understood esoterically, they give a concise description of that science, the steps by which the soul descends from cosmic consciousness to the mortal state of identification with the human body, and the route it must take to reascend to its source, the all-blissful eternal spirit. In the beginning, well, let me just stop for a second. So this whole that whole section explaining here, giving the manu and all these other things, this is definitely part of the Vedas, but as expressed here, yet again, Like so many of these ancient texts, there is the exoteric story behind it, and then there is the actual meaning behind all these things, where to the point where, like, Manu as a man probably never existed, and it only was meant to be a representation of consciousness within the universe itself, and within man. So, continuing, in the beginning of creation and the advent of man, the infinite impregnated his intelligent, creative cosmic energy, Maha Prakriti or Holy Ghost, with not only the power of repulsion, the individualizing of cosmic consciousness into souls and a universe of matter, but also with the power of recalling souls from their prodigal wanderings in matter back to unity with spirit. Which, again, he's not using that word prodigal by accident. And the parable of the prodigal son is exactly, it has the exact esoteric meaning of what he just said here, just to point that out. All things come from, are made of, and sustained by, and ultimately resolve into this intelligent cosmic energy, and thence into spirit. Ascension follows in reverse the exact course of descension. In man, that course is the inner highway to the infinite, the only route to divine union for followers of all religions in all ages. By whatever bypath of beliefs or practices of being reaches that singular highway, the final ascension from body consciousness to spirit is the same for everyone. The withdrawal of life and consciousness from the senses upward through the gates of light in the subtle cerebral spinal centers. Dissolving the consciousness of matter into life force into mind, mind into soul, and soul into spirit. The method of ascension is Raja Yoga, the eternal science that has been integral and in creation from its inception. Subtitle is The Revival of Yoga for the Present Age. The literal or historic interpretation of these verses is as follows. Through vision or intuitional guidance, God first revealed to the illuminated sage Vivasvat, now known as the presiding deity of the sun, the royal science of spirit. Vivasvat taught the sacred yoga to Manu, a divinely inspired rishi and legislator of India's ante-historical period, whose law codes are, to this day, the guiding principle of Hindu society. Manu, in turn, was the preceptor of Ikshvaku, the great solar dynasty Kshatriya king. Handed down from Ikshvaku, the imperishable science of yoga was practiced by a long line of royal rishis and sages, including the renowned King Janaka. With the advent of Kali Yuga, the dark or material age, the science of yoga was almost forgotten. The world has gone through numerous equinoctial cycles of upwards and downwards evolution. One full upward-downward cycle occupies 24,000 years. The ascending arc of the material age, 1,200 years, the atomic age, 2,400 years, the mental age, 3,600 years, and the spiritual age, 4,800 years. Then the descending arc of the same length, beginning with the 4,800 years of descending spiritual age. Thus, it may be said that a full cycle of civilization is 24,000 years, climbing upward for 12,000 years and slowly descending for 12,000 years. This ascent and decline of the ages is not a circular evolution that ends as low as it began. It is spiral, but the evolution of the beings therein is linear. The material man, one who lives a, quote, normal, unquote, average life after prodigally wandering through innumerable reincarnations, finds the spiritual age of any 24,000-year cycle to be the most propitious for self-realization. During the descent of man from a spiritual age to a material age, the knowledge of the science of yoga declines and is forgotten. Nevertheless, as spirit is eternal, so yoga, the art of reuniting the outgoing differentiated soul ray with the omnipresent spiritual sun, also is imperishable. Even though almost completely buried under the material age, the science of yoga can never be annihilated, for it is linked to the reality within man. Whenever he questions the phenomena of life and awakens spiritually through God's grace, he encounters a true guru who acquaints him with the art of divine union, no matter in what cycle the devotee has been incarnated. While it is true that each age is distinguished by the predominance of material, atomic, mental, or spiritual development, the age is never devoted to that aspect alone. It always contains traces of attributes of other ages. Thus, spiritual development continues in some degrees even in the Kali Yuga or material age.
The year AD 1951 has already left the material age behind by over 250 years. In this once more ascending atomic age, the indestructible science of Raja Yoga is being revived as Kriya Yoga through the grace of Mahavatar Babaji, Shyama Karan Lahiri Mayasaya, and Swami Sri Yokeswar and other disciples. Eminent among the great Kriya yogis initiated by Lahiri Mayasaya were Swami Pranabhanda, and these guys. Sorry. Foremost among Lahiri Mayasaya's Kriya Yoga disciples was my guru Sri Yokeswarji, for he was chosen by Babaji to continue the lineage through which the sacred science would be disseminated in all lands. As a matter of special divine dispensation through Christ, Krishna, Mahavatar Babaji, Lahiri Mayasaya, and Swami Sri Yokeswar, I was selected to spread the Kriya Yoga science worldwide through the united original yoga of Krishna and the original Christianity of Christ as represented in the teachings of self-realization fellowship, which is, again, I showed you guys the website earlier of that, and just as a little, I guess, quick refresher, I'll just real quickly go to that. And oh yeah, window capture. Well, there it is, yogananda.org, where you guys can certainly take a look at many of the different stuff that they have. They have different conventions, they have lessons, they have meditation techniques, they have all kinds of different stuff, resources to learn and sort of be a part of that. So just wanted to show you that to you guys real quick, since he did mention that. And back to the reading. Here we go. Krishna is the divine exemplar of yoga in the East. Christ was chosen by God as the exemplar of God union for the West. That Jesus knew and taught to his disciples the Raja Yoga technique of united soul with spirit is evidenced in the deeply symbolic biblical chapter, quote, the revelation of Jesus Christ to St. John, unquote, i.e. Revelations, right? Everyone thinks Revelations is about the end of the world, but really, is it? I mean, it is called Revelations, or it's constantly referred to by revealing something. And boy, is it a symbolic book. Definitely one that's very difficult for most people to read and even understand just on the basic level of it. But let's continue. In Autobiography of a Yogi, I have written, quote, Babaji is ever in communication with Christ. Together they send out vibrations of redemption and have planned the spiritual technique of salvation for this age. Babaji is well aware of the trend of modern times, especially of the influence and complexity of Western civilization, and realizes the necessity of spreading the self-liberations of yoga equally in the West and in the East, unquote. Subtitle here says, The Soul's Descent into Human Consciousness. Esoterically interpreted, these two stanzas of the Gita explain the genesis of yoga. The first manifestation of spirit is cosmic light. God vibrated his cosmic consciousness as intelligent, creative cosmic energy, or cosmic light, referred to in these verses as vivasvat, quote, one who shines forth or diffuses light, unquote. The illuminated rishi of ancient times who came to be known as the sun god. This omnipresent cosmic energy or light exists in man in the microcosmic sun of the spiritual eye, which becomes visible during meditation when the devotee's consciousness and the dual current of the two physical eyes is concentrated at the point between the eyebrows. The light of the body is the eye. So here we go. Jesus says, the light of the body is the eye. If therefore thine eye be single, thy whole body shall be full of light, unquote, is not an idle promise, but refers to this resplendent manifestation. Exactly. All the intelligent creative powers of omnipresent cosmic energy is present microcosmically in the spiritual eye. It is through the spiritual eye, the various states of experience therein correlating to the activities of the cerebral spinal centers of life and consciousness in the physical, astral, and causal bodies that the soul descends into embodiment and ultimately reascends to spirit. Another subtitle here, Esoteric Significance of quote-unquote Vivasvat. Every soul emerges from cosmic consciousness. It experiences a slightly lower vibratory state of cosmic light, or symbolically, vivasvat. After that, the soul loses the awareness of being spirit clothed in cosmic light. It becomes individualized consciousness or spiritual ego. A causal being of pure consciousness encased in an astral body. This encasement comes about as follows. The outward projecting creative power of God that is imposed upon the soul creates feeling, chitta, that consciousness by which the soul knows or experiences its existence. The activities of feeling excite the, quote, thinking, unquote, or cognitive process. When this God-sent feeling becomes distorted by delusion, the ego, ahamkara, evolves. Ego's consciousness is, quote, I am the experiencer, unquote. Along with the ego evolves its guiding intelligence, buddhi. Intelligence manifests its nature in thinking, egoity, and discrimination. When afflicted by delusion, the intelligence gives rise to the blind mind, manas. The mind is a coordinating instrument, the outward inclined mediary between the sensory world and the ego with its discerning intelligence. There are 4 phases of the nature of the mind. Number 1, sensory impressions. Number 2, assertive discrimination, which is the activation of the organs of action by the will at the command of intelligence. And number 3, wish, which is excitement of desire arising from contact with objects of the senses. And number 4 is imagination, which is the delusion of believing that phenomena are reality. Through these quadruple channels, the dual, attractive, and repulsive desires of the heart, feeling, or chitta, and of the ego are consummated. These activities of the mind are the cause of human consciousness. When the descending soul comes under the influence of mind, it becomes limited by identification with human consciousness in general. This termed the manu state of the descending soul. The omnipresent cosmic energy, vivasvat, becomes manifest as life force in man through the influence of mind, referred to here as passing the knowledge, the power of yoga, to manu. Manu means man, the possessor of thinking principle, from the Sanskrit manas, mind. Vyasa, the writer of the Gita, has therefore used the name of Manu to indicate the part played by the mind in the descension of consciousness and life into embodiment. Manu's name is additionally significant in that this illumined rishi of old epitome of the highest in human beings, a representative father of the human race, possesses full knowledge about the mind, manas, and its role in creating human consciousness. The next subtitle is Through Mind, Manu, cosmic energy becomes manifest as life force in the body. Omnipresent cosmic energy, vivasvat, is the source of the life force that becomes manifest in the astral body of man through the instrumentality of the mind, manu. Thus, life force and mind are intimately associated, for in the body of man one cannot exist without the other. When they descend from cosmic consciousness and cosmic energy, their pristine manifestation is through the eye of intuition, which is causal phase of the spiritual eye relating to the causal, quote-unquote, spinal channel of consciousness, and thence into the astral eye, the astral phase of the spiritual eye corresponding to the 3 spinal channels of the astral body. The astral eye, through which life and consciousness come into astral embodiment, is symbolically referred to in these verses as Ikshvaku, son of Manu, and first king of a great solar dynasty of the Kshatriyas. Vyasa thus uses the name Ikshvaku to signify the birth of the astral eye, astral life force, and consciousness through the instrumentality of the mind, or Manu. Ikshvaku is derived from iksh, quote-unquote, to discern or to see. The next subtitle is Through the Astral Eye, ikshvaku, soul enters the astral body. Thus, from the manu state, the soul flows down into a specific channel of the intuitive sense, the causal intuitive eye, and thence into the astral channels of life force and consciousness, the astral eye. In this ikshvaku state, the soul is identified with the intuitive state of ego perception. That is, it experiences its individualized existence as limited by confinement in the astral body, in which the astral ego's power of knowing and perception comes not from sensory experience, but through the 6th sense, intuition. The astral ego perceives the forces at work in the astral body as the true components of matter. From the intuitive astral ikshvaku state, the soul then further descends into the various powerful sense perception states, manifesting first as the more subtle astral sensory powers, the janendriyas, then flowing into the gross physical manifestation of the senses. This is spoken of as the Rajarishi, or the self-identified state, when the dual currents of mind and life force flow into the nervous system, into the optical, auditory, olfactory, gustatory, and tactual nerves of the five instruments of knowledge, the senses of sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch. Five senses specializations occur. By contrast, the astral powers, being pure life force or prana, are not so circumscribed. The intellection being intuitive, the astral being can experience any or all sensations through any singular sensory instrument. The five instruments of intellection are described as, quote, royal sages, unquote, Rajarishis, because all wisdom from outside sources, scriptures, or saints has to reach the mind and intelligence through the sense channels. These are royal or glorious instruments for perceiving and enjoying the Lord's entertaining phenomenal universe when they are well educated and guided by the discriminative intelligence of the soul's wisdom. And this next section is called Descending into the Senses. Rajarishis, soul consciousness is forgotten. But when soul meditation is forgotten, the senses of knowledge becomes dulled and unreceptive to spiritual techniques because of constant identification with material desires and sense objects. Man's consciousness, having thereby descended into the plane of materialistic attachments, loses the memory of its union with spirit. During the long, dark period of material consciousness, man's knowledge of yoga or divine union thus declines and is forgotten. In summary, yoga signifies union of spirit and soul. And that should, everyone should just keep, put that in your mind. That's all that yoga means, essentially. So, when it comes to the immediate thoughts of bending your, leg behind your neck and standing on your other foot or whatever else, I mean, it's part of yoga, it's the process, but it's not what yoga is. And that's a terribly mishmashed thing. The West, unfortunately, kind of looks at it in that way, which is a shame, because there's a lot more to quote unquote yoga than we've been told. So, continuing, the spirit as cosmic consciousness is united into omnipresent cosmic energy, which is linked to the microcosmic spiritual eye of life and consciousness in man. Life and consciousness are linked to the mind. The mind is linked to the astral eye, and the intuitive mind, the astral body. And the astral life and mind are linked with the five sensory instruments of knowledge. Man, descending from cosmic consciousness into the body, becomes immersed in many incarnations of material living and forgets yoga, the points of union of his senses, Rajarishis, with life force, ikshvaku, of his life with mind, manu, of his mind with cosmic energy, vivasvat, and of cosmic energy with cosmic consciousness, Krishna, or Christ. Nevertheless, the laws by which man can recall the forgotten links of his ego with the senses, life force, mind, soul, and spirit exist internally within him, ready to be used and demonstrated. These two instructive stanzas give eternal hope to man. In spite of his long forgetfulness, he must someday realize the links of union, yoga, with spirit are indestructibly present within him. Man does not remember how the spirit vibrated into different states. The soul is forgotten after having descended into the senses. However, anytime he wishes, by practicing Kriya Yoga, man can remember the eternal links between soul and spirit. The yoga or divine science is revived again whenever a devotee detaches his true self from the senses by practicing Kriya Yoga, and thus reunites the soul with spirit. And, again, they pushed Kriya Yoga pretty hard, and it's definitely a very helpful method, but it is not the only method in actually achieving this. Just to throw that out there. Let's see, should I read this part? Yeah, I guess so. So the Pandavas and the Draupadi retired to the Himalayas, entering the heaven of divine union. The ultimate outcome of the battle of Kurukshetra was complete victory for the Pandavas. Quote, the five brothers reigned nobly under the kingship of the eldest Yudhishthira until at the end of their lives they retired to the Himalayas and there entered the heavenly realm. The Mahabharata story recounts that along the way the first Draupadi expires, then each of the five brothers in reverse order of their birth, except Yudhishthira, the eldest, who consciously entered heaven to search for his beloved kin. Ultimately, they are all reunited in the highest heavenly realm. The final Mahabharata episode may also be understood in the light of the Gita's spiritual allegory, in which the Pandavas metaphorically represent spiritual powers in the 5 spinal chakras, and the Draupadi represents the Kundalini force in the spine, which is wedded to these powers. In the spiritually awakened devotee, the Kundalini force, which fed the body's external senses of perception and action, withdraws or dies and flows up through each of the spinal centers until it reaches the highest center, the 1,000-petaled lotus of divine consciousness in the brain. In this process, the outer activity of expression of each chakra, quote-unquote, dies, that is, becomes spiritually transmuted into progressively higher states of consciousness. Symbolically, each of the Pandava brothers, representing respectively the spiritual powers in the coccyx, sacral, lumbar, dorsal, and cervical chakras, quote-unquote, dies or retires inward as the life force and consciousness ascend to union with the divine soul or spirit consciousness, symbolically represented by Sri Krishna, or Christ, if you will. Quote, the final ascension from body consciousness to spirit is the same for everyone. Oh, I already read this part, so, yes. So verse 3. Quote, I have this day informed thee about that same ancient yoga, for thou art my devotee and friend. This sacred mystery of yoga is indeed the producer of supreme benefit to mankind. Unquote. And then, quote, O Arjuna, through your ecstatic meditational experiences during these moments of spiritual perception, I, cosmic consciousness, Christ or Krishna, have reminded you of the same ancient yoga science and technique of union of soul with spirit learned by you in a previous incarnation. Because you partially united your soul with my spirit before, I am reminding you of that supreme inner highway by which you will become irrevocably united with spirit. The blessing of this sacred mystery is again revealed to you because you are devoted to me in the reverential distance of awe observed by a devotee in the initial stage of divine communion, and because you are also my friend, no longer reserved but one with me in the higher state of ecstasy. Knowledge of this supreme secret science, hidden from the body identified, is humanity's highest boon. Unquote. Just as Krishna explained to Arjuna the important truths mentioned in previous stanzas, so when a high state of development is reached, the heavenly spirit lovingly imparts to the devotee, through his intuition and ecstatic experiences, the meaning of the different states of spiritual development that ultimately lead by the self-same ancient spinal highway through which all devotees must travel to final liberation. In the early stages of divine communion, the devotee feels an awesome mental distance between himself and God, a worshipful reverence and timidity before the immanence of omnipresence. But as the devotee experiences successfully higher states of ecstasy and mental barriers are broken, he joyously recalls his long-lost familiar friendly state of oneness with God. Then he rejoices to hear the voice of God call him devotee and friend, and confide to him all the mysteries of the universe. He thanks the Lord for granting him the supreme blessing of divine union, incomparable, non-pareil bliss. That's funny, he uses a French word there. So non-pareil just means not the same, I suppose. That's interesting. I wonder if he meant to say non-parallel bliss. Anyways, verse 4, Arjuna said, Vivasvat was born first, and thy birth occurred later. How then can I comprehend thy words that thou didst communicate yoga in the beginning before thy birth? And I'm going to have to bring this, okay, I don't have to say it because he goes into it himself. So this is interesting. Those of you who do know your Bibles, your New Testaments, will know that there's a very similar statement made by Jesus, and he's going to quote that. So I'll get to it. So that was the end of the verse. Here we are at the commentary. Krishna, being an incarnation of the one limitless God, as well as the personal guru of Arjuna, knew in his omnipresent timeless consciousness that all events that had occurred, even in the beginning of creation. He it was, the self and spirit being indivisibly one, who had evolved the conscious cosmic vibratory light, vivasvat, out of which all souls are created, and in which, after many births, all souls are dissolved. In the Bible, Jesus says, quote, "Before Abraham I am," even unquote. Even though Abraham was born prior to Jesus, the statement was true because Jesus was filled with the Supreme Spirit that is conscious of only the eternal present, which includes the so-called past and future, at one with cosmic consciousness, the Creator. Jesus could well say that he existed before Abraham or any other created being. Similarly, Krishna knew that he existed as the spirit before its manifestation as the conscious cosmic vibratory energy, vivasvat, the divine instrument of all created beings. Krishna's body has been born after and out of the creation of the conscious cosmic light, but his eternal spirit is ever prior to and cause of creation. In relation to the devotee's experience of yoga, the following interpretation of this verse applies. Cosmic consciousness manifests in the devotee after the perception of light. Thus, in the yogi's ascending consciousness, light, vivasvat, is born before cosmic consciousness, Krishna. The yogi wonderingly introspects, quote, "O Spirit, I first found the cosmic light, vivasvat, at the spiritual astral eye, ikshvaku, born within me. After that, thy cosmic consciousness became manifest. How then could spirit have already become enthroned within me before the appearance of spiritual light?" Unquote. The soul descends from cosmic consciousness to the plane of light and down to the region of flesh. The pure soul, the Atman, is called the Jiva when it is identified with its mortal coverings, body, mind, senses, and other principles of nature. Even so, the true essence of the soul remains an unattained spirit, the divinity in every being. It is only owing to the outer identification with the physical paraphernalia that the inner light and divine consciousness become screened behind delusion. Meditation clears the cosmic mist as the descended consciousness of the soul starts ascending to its lost higher planes of existence. The upwardly climbing yogi experiences the inner light first, then cosmic perception. When he is looking inward toward spirit, it seems that the spiritual noumenon evolves from the astral phenomena. But when the yogi is one with spirit, looking outward towards nature, then spirit is seen as the supreme first cause of all astral and physical emanations. All right, the incarnations of the divine, verse 5. Quote, "The blessed Lord said, O Arjuna, many births have experienced by me and by thee. I am acquainted with them all, whereas thou rememberest them not, O scorcher of foes." Unquote. And then, quote, "O Arjuna, you who are the destroyer of the limitations of delusions with the fire of your self-control, know that my liberated consciousness, being one with the spirit, has not suffered from the delusion of oblivion of past lives during my voluntary incarnations on earth at various times and in various forms. With the omnipresent memory of spirit, I see one unbroken chain of conscious existence consisting of all my previous births on earth, including the long ago incarnation when I imparted the sacred science of yoga to Vivasvat. The same all-knowing spirit that is myself is your soul as well, Arjuna, which also took many forms in many lives. Though your yet-to-be fully liberated memory recalls them not, I know all the lifetimes shared with you, my ideal disciple before me, now in your present form as Arjuna." Unquote. Omnipresent memory is not possessed by devotees who are still traveling the razor-edge path of self-realization. Not even an Arjuna, but only a fully liberated soul, a manifestation of God such as Krishna, can remember all births, deaths, and their interim periods. Whenever consciousness, like a shining sword, enters the various scabbards of nature's 24 principles, its appearance differs according to the specific covering. The encasement of consciousness in intelligence, mind, ego, feeling, senses, 5 instruments of knowledge and 5 of action, and the 5 elements of the body is called birth. The time between death and rebirth is spent in the astral sphere. And if you guys, if any of you are interested, the book that I read, Journey of Souls, is all about this space between death and rebirth, or the space between, death and rebirth, and the quote-unquote astral sphere. And the way that they express how the spirit world looks, it sounds very similar to this idea of, astral kind of
dimension. Anyways, continuing, the ego cannot remember its experiences in the prenatal or embryonic state or even in the postnatal state of infancy. Similarly, unenlightened men do not recall their existences after physical death in the astral worlds, nor do they remember former lives on this earth. And subtitle is Why God Causes Man to Forget Experiences to Past Incarnation. It is God's mercy that a benighted soul ailing from various material discrepancies become forgetful of these from one incarnation to the next. This oblivion to the miseries and shortcomings of previous existence is one of the most gracious of mental anesthetics given by God to each human being, that he be not burdened by memories of all the physical and mental sorrows of past lives. He is spared from carrying with him the evil and discouragements of one's life into another, and is thus given a fresh start on the straight and narrow path leading to this his highest goal. It is enough that that prodding of his innate good or evil tendencies, the effects of good and bad karma of previous lives, remain with him as reminders of lessons yet to be learned and victories already won. Those evil or good experiences of past lives manifest as evil or good moods or habits from one's very birth in his present life. This fact accounts for persons who are born evildoers and others who are born saints. As evil is the harbinger of misery, those who are born evil should strive to work free from their prenatal evil traits by cultivating good company and meditation. Those who are born good should not be satisfied with their goodness, but should try to be even better until they have reached the complete safety of the cosmic spirit and are free from the wheel of birth and rebirth. God or his incarnations never forgets anything. As soon as the devotee is fully liberated, he too can remember all the various forms he has displayed in birth and lost in death, forms enshrouded in their virtuous achievements as well as their careless lapses into the ignorance of evils. When the liberated being is awake in God and understands the mystery of this dream of life, only then is he ready for this awesome review. Another subtitle text area. All past incarnations are revealed by light of cosmic consciousness. Esoterically interpreted, the questions and answers between Krishna and Arjuna are intuitional exchanges of wisdom between the spirit, which is born again and again with the rebirths of every soul, and the ecstasy-attuned soul of the ideal devotee. And yeah, okay, everything's good. The original spirit that manifested yogic unity with an advanced devotee as the vivasvat cosmic light had also been present with Arjuna during his various rebirths. When a devotee can consciously commune with a divinity in the highest nirvikalpa ecstatic state, he inwardly asks all sorts of questions of the spirit. The all-seeing light of cosmic consciousness gradually illumines and reveals to the yogi the heretofore dark gulfs linking incarnation. In the advanced state, the yogi sees the cosmic light, or manifested spirit, the quote-unquote me, and the soul, the quote-unquote thee, as having existed together through many incarnations. He realizes that his forgetful body-identified pseudo-soul, intoxicated with the delusions of mortal consciousness, was utterly oblivious of that divine togetherness. Spirit and the immanent soul is the immanent soul, sustainer of all souls throughout their numerous incarnations. Hence, the spirit remembers all the lifetimes that have been necessary for a soul to attain liberation, after which the soul becomes spirit. Then that liberated soul addresses its lower self. Quote, I realize I have been a spirit in my higher self as an ever-conscious witness of my unbroken existence in many lifetimes, and simultaneously I have been the body-bound ego, oblivious of all but one self-centered life at a time. As spirit, I know all the bodily garments put on by you, my lower self, even though you remember them not. O my deluded lower self, I, the omnipresent spirit, thy creator, have invisibly and transcendentally nurtured thee in schools of many lives. I, the higher self, can recount all the shifting from one body to another which you, my lower self, carried on in the somnambulistic state of utter oblivion to all the befores and afters of your deluded dreaming existence. Unquote. Every human being is assured that someday, after his liberation, he will know all about his rebirths and individualized manifestations of spirit,
whether on this earth or on other planes of existence. The liberated yogi transfers his consciousness from one soul wave to the spiritual ocean with all its many waves of incarnate beings. The fully freed devotee realizes that it is the spirit which has taken the various forms of all his rebirths. Then he does not say, quote, I took so many forms, but the spirit appeared in all the forms that encased my soul until final liberation, unquote. Verse number 6, quote, unborn though I am of changeless essence, yet becoming Lord of all creation, abiding in my own cosmic nature, prakriti, I embodied myself by self-evolved Maya delusion, unquote. And then, quote, starting the commentary, although I am causeless and unborn and of immutable mean, yet upon entering nature, I myself, the Lord of all beings in their cosmic domain, don the cosmic garment of my self-created own Maya delusion, but its illusory power does not change me, unquote. This verse speaks of the immanent transcendent nature of the omnipresent Creator Lord, both as ruler of the cosmos through the manifestations of Prakriti and as incarnate in human form as an avatar. A clerk in a store is compelled to work, quote, no work, no pay, unquote. The owner, however, who may willingly assume the active duties of a clerk is not compelled to do so, nor is he limited to the clerical role. Similarly, ordinary beings are forced to be born by cosmic delusion and its laws of cause and effect, karma. God, the creator of delusion, Maya, and the law of action, karma, is not subject to them, yet he follows these laws when he descends as an avatar, a divinely incarnated being. Inwardly, however, he remains unaffected by the compulsions of Maya and karma. Ordinary individuals entering into their nature-made bodies are tossed about on the waves of sensory pleasures, ignorant of the vast oceans of spirit existing beneath them. But the yogi, reaching the final state of emancipation, beholds the ever-existing, changeless, hence unborn, invisible ocean of God, existing unaffected in its ever-mutating visible cosmic waves of vibratory nature, stirred by its self-made storm of delusion. The consciousness of man under the influence of cosmic delusion is bounded by attachment to material possessions and mental faculties. The yogi of self-realization, on the other hand, finds that he can possess a physical body and work through it without bondage to material desires and their karmic effects, just as the Lord remains unattached and free from karma even when his intelligence silently acts throughout the cosmic vibratory body of creation, ruled by his delusory law of relativity. During the highest, the wakeful, state of ecstasy, the liberated yogi feels, quote, the realm of my consciousness extends beyond the limits of my mortal frame to the boundaries of eternity, whence I, the cosmic sea, watch the little ego floating in me. No sparrow falls, no grain of sand is blown away without my sight. All space floats like an iceberg in my mental sea. I am the colossal container of all things made, unquote. He simultaneously perceives the spirit as a waveless ocean of eternal calm and the spirit manifesting itself in the restless waves of creation that dance on its infinite bosom. The stanza affords great encouragement to man. By avoiding the misuse of the gift of free choice and by practicing Kriya Yoga, he can shine forth as an image of God, and the image hitherto delusion eclipsed, remembering himself as the image of spirit. The wisdom-lit yogi learns remembering himself as the image of spirit, the wisdom-lit yogi learns that he, even as God, can work in the world unfettered by bodily environment or by karma, or by cosmic nature's ever-changing attributes, gunas. God has spun in this eventful cosmic play on the stage of time to entertain us, but we take the shadow as serious realities. There is only one serious reality, God. Verses 7 and 8, quote, O Bharata Arjuna, whenever virtue, dharma, declines and vice, adharma, predominates, I incarnate as an avatar. In invisible form, I appear from age to age, protect the virtuous, and to destroy evildoing in order to reestablish righteousness, unquote. This earth is a stage whereon a divine drama is being evolved. Whenever the majority of human actors misuse their God-given freedom and by the creation of evil bring suffering and upset the divine plans concerning their fellow beings and their own destiny, plans intended to be carried out by man's proper use of free choice, then God, the cosmic director, appears on the stage in a human form, an avatar, to instruct the amateur thespians in the proper art of living. Thus, God thus teaches man, made in his image, how to evolve by using free will, manifesting the divine nature inherent in human nature. The question is, can God himself ever incarnate as a human being? To say that God cannot do a certain thing is to limit him, but there are so many things that God can do, yet does not do, at least not as human beings expect of him. God has never been known to have taken a human form called, quote-unquote, God, and dwelt in it among men. Quote, why callest thou me good? There is none good but one, that is, God, unquote, Jesus said to distinguish himself, an avatar from God, the Father, the Absolute, the Formless. That's a good point. The Lord has condensed many times, however, to manifest himself through the incarnation of a fully liberated being who, once an ordinary human being, has become a true reflection or a, quote, son of God, unquote. God, who is almighty and can do anything, thus operates his omniscience through the human body of an avatar. Just as the ocean of cosmic consciousness is aware of the soul wave manifesting on its surface, so the soul wave of an avatar is aware of the ocean of cosmic consciousness manifesting through its form. And the subtitle is The Nature of an Avatar. Great prophets and minor saints differ only in degree. The former manifest God fully through wide open windows of their consciousness. The latter manifest God through small crevices of certain divine realizations. It can be said that the full manifestation of divinity in an avatar is greater than is the partial manifestation in a saint who has not yet attained absolute liberation. All human beings are potential gods. The wise man and the ignorant one both are true image incarnations of God. The divine omnipresence fills each soul image, even as the mighty ocean is present in each wave. However, unless a wave dissolves itself and becomes one with the ocean, it remains inordinately limited. Until a devotee is fully liberated, he cannot truly assert, quote, I and my Father are one, unquote. There is no, quote-unquote, special avatar or a quote-unquote unique incarnation of God except as regards form, time, and place. Any liberated soul may descend to earth or other spheres as a full avatar or savior. From the study of earthly chronology, it is evident that, like a person, every nation undergoes the necessary evolutionary stages of development. For the earth, these four successive stages are the material, atomic, mental, and spiritual cycles, termed such according to the predominance of physical, electrical, psychical, or spiritual qualities in the majority of people. And then this subsection is titled Partial and Full Manifestation of God's Consciousness in Saints and Avatars. However, in every age, tenacious wickedness is more or less active, even when virtue is prevalent. So, whenever ignorance, selfishness, war, and misery are prominent, the Supreme Lord manifests through masters who, through many incarnations, have had earthly experiences as partially or fully liberated beings. They may appear on earth as minor saints or as great masters according to their degree of realization, to serve as living examples of virtue and to inspire spiritual aspirants to destroy their inward and outward evils. In this way, Spirit appears through many liberated and partially liberated souls, shining more or less through the various degrees of unbefogged, clear, and partially clear mentalities of yoga-purified beings. Divine ones who are not fully liberated or who come to earth to aid in the redemption of souls but have no obvious world mission are called Khanda avatars or partial incarnations. However, but whenever the specter of vice stalks unexercised on the earth, in every such age, God incarnates as a savior in the form of a fully liberated being to resurrect fading virtue, protect the spiritual, help in the removal of evil currents, and destroy the evil propensities of the wicked. Such manifestations are called Purna avatars, full incarnations. As every wave, if it were conscious, could feel the ocean beneath it, so every liberated being feels the entire sea of spirit behind his perception. As the ocean appears in part, then in greater and greater vastness as a person views it, first becomes the shore and then from an airplane, so saints of various institutional powers have lesser or greater realizations of spirit. But fully liberated souls such as Krishna, Jesus Christ, Babaji, Lahiri Mayasaya, Sri Yukswarji, and many others are themselves full manifestations of God. That is what is meant by the Bible statement, quote, but as many as received him, that is, fully manifested God through the purity of their intuition, to give them, all liberated beings of all ages before and after Christ was born, gave he the power to become the sons of God, the power to appear as full manifestations of God, unquote. A veritable, quote, son of God, unquote, is a true image of omnipresent spirit. As verse 4:8 is often translated to refer to the, quote, destruction of evildoers, unquote, and as many legendary stories in the Puranas also cite the annihilation of the wicked by holy beings, certain theologians claim that a Hindu incarnation of God comes to protect the virtuous by destroying evildoers, in contradistinction to Jesus Christ, who came on earth to liberate not only virtuous men but malefactors. However, the truth is that virtue always causes the destruction of evil. And subtitle here is Divine Virtue Manifested by an Avatar Destroys Evil. We read in the Bible that even Elijah, and Peter were instrumental in the destruction of evildoers who had resisted the powerful vibrations of virtue. Swami Shankara and various saints of India have had similar experiences. An insulated wire carrying 1,000,000 volts of current is harmless when touched, but when an exposed live wire is deadly, but an exposed live wire is deadly. When a person, in spite of warning, deliberately ventures to contact that powerful live wire without its cover, he is electrocuted. Similarly, God's potent energy, present everywhere, is insulated from man by a cover of delusive ignorance. Thus, an ignorant man blaspheming God is not immediately punished, but a wicked man who is a contemporary, an acquaintance of an avatar, or a great master is inviting instant retribution if, after warning, he continues to defy the spirit flaming through the pure vehicle of the Great One. For instance, Peter was able to perceive God without any installation of delusion. The Holy Spirit was fully manifested in him, and when the married couple, in spite of Spirit's warning, lied before the live spirit, they were destroyed. Their willful evil collided with the omnipotent harmony of the divine. God or his saints seldom deliberately hurt anyone, and then only to mitigate the effects of that person's bad karma, or to give a direct lesson to hasten redemption. Neither God nor his avatars ever turn their omnipotence against any evildoers out of wrath or vengeance. People hurt themselves by manifesting unnatural evils. The knuckles of a person are broken when he performs the stupid or unnatural act of striking them hard against a stone wall. The stone wall is innocent of all evil intention, just as the virtue is innocent when vice foolishly hurls itself against it. The same principle is at work, empowering the divine man with or without a conscious act on his part. To bestow blessings on those who are receptive, devotees who approach divinity with the harmony of a pure heart and mind attract instant blessings from the sight or touch of a holy person. Darshan. For example, in the press of a great crowd, Jesus suddenly said, quote, "Somebody hath touched me, for I perceive that virtue is gone out of me," unquote. A woman had been healed instantly when the faith she had came up behind Jesus and touched the border of his garment. Avatars such as Krishna and Christ have such power of the Almighty with them that they could open their spiritual eye and annihilate the wicked. Even as God could destroy the universe in a second, little does frail man realize the divine power he pits himself against when he chooses to oppose divinity. And interestingly enough, in the Indian Puranas, this is something that Shiva himself does repeatedly, where he opens up his third eye and destroys a demon or whatever else. Quote unquote, destroys. Yet he, continuing, yet he didn't fear the wrath of a tyrannical God. Neither he nor his saints and avatars stooped to obvious human methods of either chastisement or compensation. God coaxes his children back to him only by the attracting power of his love, incarnate in every atom of creation and in every soul. Similarly, his saints and avatars almost always use the mild method of spiritual persuasion to inspire the wicked to reform. Man, in the image of God, with free will, takes his creator, rewards or punishes himself by the results of his merits or demerits. He himself operates the exacting law of karma. Divine intervention, when on occasion it is warranted, expresses neither vengefulness nor favoritism, but is meted out for man's highest good by a just and loving God, or through his equally compassionate incarnations. Subtitle to this section is, though fully manifest in an avatar, God is not limited to one form. Many thinkers posit God as infinite and impersonal and that he cannot be finite and personal. This conception limits the almightiness of God. Just as invisible hydrogen-oxygen gas can be condensed into vapor or water or frozen into a solid as ice, so God, the impersonal spirit and invisible cosmic consciousness, can and does materialize itself into a great light, into an intelligible voice of any language, into any desired form, and into a finite personal body. God, who has created all human beings and is secretly present in them, can be perceptibly manifest in saints, or can materialize a new body, human body that can be seen or touched or heard by an advanced devotee, or by any number of persons. One can say with truth that the entire absolute God is vibrating and manifesting in that newly materialized body, but it would be a metaphysical blunder to say that God is limited to that body. The infinite God can and does manifest in a three-dimensional form. He has appeared to many liberated souls in this way, in whatever concept they long to see. But God is not confined to that form, nor has he adopted any such form as his sole personal image. The infinite is infinite in his expressions. That is why God has never had a permanent, definite form. God prefers to employ his own self-created law of limitation, the law of relativity, when he appears as a human being. He chooses to incarnate in the bodies of liberated masters in this way. He appears in various costumes of flesh to suit the desires and needs of his devotees through the ages. For example, as Jesus, or Rama, or Krishna, or Babaji, and so on, he has been born in different forms to help the growth of virtue and the dissolution of vice in the world. God, being infinite, can rematerialize any form and does so at times, but he never allows a divinely manifested form such as Jesus or Krishna to be visibly present for a long period before the staring gaze of ignorant people. Therefore, the deathless Babaji, who has a human form at the present time, remains in utmost secrecy in the northern Himalayas near Badrinarayan. However, any liberated being can instantaneously materialize himself before an advanced saint, or even, for special purposes, before a group of ordinary men, such as did Jesus and Babaji. What does God prefer to manifest himself through the partially liberated and fully liberated beings whom he sends to reincarnate on earth by quote-unquote immaculate or by ordinary sexual creation, to quicken the evolution of virtuous people and to dissolve the wickedness of vicious beings? Because such advanced souls were once ordinary human beings, subject to all the temptations and delusions of cosmic nature, such divine agents have sympathy, humor, and understanding. They can tell their fellow beings, quote, "Behold, we were once bound by the flesh, just as you are now. By dint of self-control, discrimination, meditation, and spiritual labor, we have reaped the plenteous harvest of omnipresent spirit. If we have done that, you too can overcome the weak, difficult flesh by a continuous expansion of consciousness and strengthening of the spirit that is also within you." Unquote. God could produce Jesus Christs and Babajis by the thousands by direct materialization or via the ordinary embryonic creation, and could have them act out their sacred lives as divine puppets, but could such beings lacking past personal experience of the intricate compulsions of sense temptations serve realistically as exemplars to teach human beings the art of conquering flesh allurements by natural human methods of self-control? Devotees admired Christ because he came along among men as one of them. He was humanly tempted and he suffered at the hands of persecutors. But he overcame all human ordeals by will, effort, and love for God. A sacred puppet, acting out a divine drama of temptation and victory, would be only a spurious actor on the stage of life. But a human being who becomes a master is a spiritual artist who can show other fellow beings how to destroy evil and become divine. The soul of an ignorant being and of a master are the same in essence, and are perfect, even as the one moon's reflections appeared distorted in pots of agitated and muddy water, or undistorted and calm and clear water, are reflections of the same object, the moon. When the water in the pot is muddy and agitated by a breeze, the moon reflected there appears distorted, even though it is not so in reality. Muddy minds agitated with the restlessness caused by the attributes of nature similarly cause a seeming distortion of the soul. When, by yoga meditation, the muddied mind of ignorance settles, restlessness disappears, the clear soul is manifest. As the moon's reflection may be distorted beyond recognition in swirling water, so is the soul's reflection grossly distorted in a materialistic man. As the moon is recognizably reflected in slightly agitated clear water or perfectly reflected in completely calm clear water, so enlightened souls are either partial or fully manifestations of God. As calm, clear water in various pots reflected perfectly the same shining moon, so all the liberated souls manifested the same pure soul essence. When the pots are broken and the water released, the reflected images that had appeared to be confined in various pots becomes one with the moon, whose light is spread all over the sky. Similarly, all fully liberated masters who can separate their reflected souls from their bodies at will and live in bodily forms are perfect and equal soul images of God. There is a delusive difference in the appearance, but when they dematerialize their body confinements, they are the same one omnipresent spirit. And the subtitle of this section is Belief that one liberated master is greater than another is dogmatic ignorance. Yeah, amen to that. Oh, let me take a quick sip, guys. Dogmatic disciples, with their little minds, strive to represent their own particular master as greater than other masters, who may say with authority, quote, "My master is a fully liberated incarnation of God," unquote. Only he who has true intuition and is himself perfected in the wisdom of God attunement. Anyone who says, quote, "My master is the greatest incarnation of God," or the only liberated master, unquote, is unquestionably ignorant. The yardstick of judging fully liberated masters is possessed only by fully liberated disciples. A liberated disciple is completely loyal to his master, the guru who has shown him the way to liberation, but he always respects other avatars and masters. Masters and disciples who have achieved self-realization after wandering through various bypaths of belief love all saints as one in God. Ignorant disciples trying to glorify a certain avatar as supreme over other avatars instead belittle that master through their bigotry, intolerance, hate, inquisitions, crusades, and religious wars. I don't think I could have said that any better myself. In omnipresence, there is no labor for man, no president, no servant, no great, greater, and greatest. All are equal and one with the Spirit, a joyous conclave of divine amity. And this section is subtitled, How Spirit Incarnates in the Successive Strata of Creation. These stanzas of the Gita may also be interpreted as a reference to the history of creation. Quote, "Whenever there is a distortion of my spirit, the protecting shelter or dharma of the universe, through the action of my delusory maya, then my infinite oneness is divided into finite waves of creation, colliding with one another in the evil of pain and disharmony. In order to bring back the harmonious goodness of my one united being and to destroy the ominous evils of seeming relativeness, my spirit, limited when displayed as warring matter, minerals, plants, animals, and human beings, continuously incarnates itself in repeated evolutionary influxes until, by dissolving the uncellulatory clashing dualities, all recover the eternal blissful state of oneness." Unquote. The above brings out 2 points. Number 1, spirit, by eclipsing itself in cosmic dilution, appears as a myriad ever-changing material phenomena. It is by this process, this malevolent delusive medium, that spirit recreates itself from the macrocosmic infinitude to infinitesimal microcosmic, almost unendingly divisible ions of energy. Quote, "I beheld Satan as lightning fall from heaven," unquote. Cosmic energy flowing down from spirit manifests the troublesome material nature, apara prakriti, Maya, or Satan. Number 2, after outwardly projecting itself as energy into atomic matter, the utmost density of delusion, spirit sees the constant roil of the atomic forces of finite creation, colliding, uniting, warring, dividing according to laws of attraction and repulsion, as etheric, gaseous, fiery, liquid, solid forms emerging, dissolving, ever changing. The spirit, disappointed that delusive Maya does not reflect its perfection in creation, halts this outward repulsion and begins the process of reunification by incarnating itself in progressively higher forms of life and expression. Asleep in the inert minerals of matter, spirit begins to dream in the vegetative state of trees and flowers. Then spirit partially awakens in the sentient mobility of tiny amoeba and the mighty beasts. Fully awakened man, spirit's discriminative intelligence reaches out as a conqueror of the delusive mysteries of life, and in the illumined man, spirit's incarnation is complete. At whatever period of eternity spirit first created itself into various forms of creation, including the first human beings, all its manifested objects easily reflected its spiritual quality during the spiritual age of 4,800 years. The original purity of creation evidenced its emergence from causal manifestation into astral, then material form. Adam and Eve, symbolic of the first human beings, especially created by God, were fully conscious of their divinity until, through the temptation of nature, they indulged in sex creation, causing their godly consciousness to descend from the higher cerebral spinal centers of spiritual perception to the lower channels of life, identified with sensual mortal consciousness. And this subsection is titled Descent of Humanity from the Original Golden Age. After the spiritual age, reincarnating earthly beings in their cosmic environment under the influence of the outgoing separative desire of spirit to create, manifesting as Maya or cosmic delusive force, began to descend to the mental age of 3,600 years, the atomic age of 2,400 years, and the material age of 1,200 years. After the general populace of Earth and the entire solar universe had manifested the vibrations of the material age, then spirit, to stop its creation from further devolution, created a magnetic upward pole so that the material age began to evolve into the atomic age, the mental and spiritual ages again, covering 12,000 more years. The subtitle of this section is called The Yugas, or Evolutionary Cycles of History. This is a very important section, by the way. These downward and upward evolutionary cycles each complete equinoctial cycles taking 24,000 years, having been gone through about 83,000 times during the 2 billion years that scientists estimate the Earth has already existed. Whenever this earthly school has fulfilled its temporary purpose in God's scheme, according to the cyclic timing, or whenever all the inhabitants have been fully educated in manifesting complete divinity, then, through a cosmic deluge, spirit will not only release human beings, but also the karma-tortured active atoms of the earth in partial dissolutions. Only certain areas of the earth are, quote, dissolved, unquote, such as the continents of Atlantis and the land of Mu, Lemuria, and the Pacific. Plato recounts the legends of one such partial dissolution when about 9,000 BC the land vibrated and trembled and great fissures appeared. Atlantis disappeared into the surrounding water with its multitudinous inhabitants. History could hardly record complete cosmic or earthly dissolutions. At such times, a planet, for example, and all things on it are converted into diaphanous energy. Only liberated masters through visions have seen such cosmic dissolutions, and no one except God has kept a record of how many times the earthly school building and its pupils have been entirely dematerialized into astral causal forms or into mere seed ideas in the mind of the Creator, and then brought forth again throughout the many, quote, days of creation, unquote, periods of manifestation, which are then followed by, quote, nights of dissolution, unquote. With each reemergence of the cosmic schoolhouse, God begins anew to train its pupils, some who are newly arrived and others who are repeaters, as Krishna explains in chapter 8:19. Advancing through the different grades of incarnation, they must ultimately pass the final examination of liberation. As the lifespan for a whole universe, according to ancient seers, is over 300 trillion years, an age of Brahma, no doubt God, garbed as Krishna, declares, quote, Arjuna, I have attained all, I have nothing to attain, and yet I go on working, unquote. The infinite spirit has been in ecstasy in vibrationless space and inactive in vibratory space for countless aeons of eternity. The spirit thus divides itself in creation by the declining power of delusion and then brings back to itself all prodigal outgoing forms through upward evolution. At the end of the universal lifespan, the wandering organic and inorganic forces are transmuted as fluid energy into his cosmic consciousness. The storm of delusion is recalled. All waves of animate and inanimate creation become again the sea of spirit. But that is not the end. After a time, the seeds of creation, carefully preserved in spirit, are cast forth again to begin their productive cycle anew. The next subsection is titled The Downward and Upward Evolution of the Soul. Lastly, these two stanzas of the Gita relate also to the evolution of the individualized soul. During an incarnation, whenever a devotee finds himself in delusion owing to the sense identification, the spirit manifests itself in him by trying to foster his longing for soul bliss. Man's desire to seek salvation often arises out of the torturing power of affliction. However, many mortals suffer through a long period of incarnations without experiencing any awakening. A deluded man is finally roused through the indwelling divine aid that urges him continuously to attempt to regain the image of spirit. He discovers its presence, recreated within him by each new effort. Thus, as often as man's body identified or depraved nature, adharma, manifests owing to the effects of the misuse of free choice, so often does the soul's real nature, dharma, emerge through spiritual self-effort, stimulated by the inward manifestations of the ever-awake, ever-kind spirit. Quote, I manifest myself in the soul of man to rally his good qualities, the springs of good actions, to conquer his human demerits, the springs of evil actions. I infuse my power in the devotee who inspirits his noble qualities of discrimination and calm intuitive conscious, dispassion, life force control, self-discipline to avoid unrighteous actions, and spiritual patience in adherence to meditation, renunciation, and austerity. With the advent of my spirit and its reinforcement, the stimulated virtuous qualities cause the dissolution of the human vicious demerits, desire, anger, greed, attachment, egoity, jealousy, hate, illusion, and delusion. Unquote. The final victory of the evolution of the soul of virtue over vice is the inner realization or experience of ascension into spirit. The first two verses of the Gita, a chapter, describe the spiritual symbolic aspect of the various stages, vivasvat, manu, ikshvaku, and the Rajarishis, through which the soul of the devotee has descended from the infinite to the finite. Emerging from the cosmic consciousness, the soul enters the vibratory state of cosmic light, or vivasvat, when it comes under the influence of the mind, manas. It becomes individualized, limited by identification with human consciousness in general, termed the manu state of the descending soul. Thence it flows down into astral life and consciousness, or the ikshvaku state. The soul then further descends into the Rajarishis, or sense-identified state. During a long lapse of time, the soul remains identified with the body and forgets its union with spirit. The soul thus leaves the higher cosmic spatial palace of omnipresence to descend the darkening stairway of limitations and begins to wander on the low paths of materialism. Vice, adharma, prevails. It follows that every prodigal son, seeking to ascend by retracing his footsteps upward to spirit, must attune himself to the inner urgings of spirit, incarnate in his soul, and through proper yoga meditation leave behind him the identification with material habits and sense enjoyments. Rajarishis, intuitive perception of astral life and consciousness, ikshvaku, and the sum total of individualized human consciousness, manu, and cosmic light, vivasvat. Reaching the spirit, the soul, quote-unquote, breathes a long sigh of joyous relief. Perfect virtue, dharma, is reestablished. Let's see here. Yeah, I'll just continue. Paths of liberation from the rounds of rebirth. Verse 9. Quote, he who thus intuits in their reality of orderly principles my divine manifestations in vibratory actions is not reborn after death. He obtains me, O Arjuna. Unquote. Whenever spirit descends into vibratory matter, taking rebirth therein by the actions of Maya, delusion, it passes through several stages, the effects of the orderly creative principles, tattvas of nature. Cosmic consciousness, energy, gases, liquids, solids, macrocosmic matter, the universe, microcosmic matter, man with soul, consciousness, life force, and body. The soul thus descends with spirit and becomes body-locked. The spirit remains free even though reborn or manifested as matter, but man, as individualized spirit or a soul, becomes identified with his little universe, body, senses, and possessions. By renunciation of outer and inner attachments, a yogi begins to ascend from the planes of objective possessions. He disentangles himself from the senses, sensory and motor mechanisms, influences of his subconscious mind and of his karma of many lives, and begins to climb to the superconscious state. He ceases his wanderings in matter and realizes himself as perfect image of spirit, dwelling in the body but unattached to it. When the yogi has united his soul with the spirit by higher ecstasies, he sees how the cosmic light of spirit has transformed itself through the principles of nature into various forms of matter on the canvas of ether, just as a clear beam of light proceeding from a booth in a motion picture house and passing through a film changes into pictures of mountain sceneries and trees, lakes, oceans, human beings, and so on, thus producing the illusion of solid liquids, gases, organic and inorganic matter interacting on the screen. Krishna says that he who can actually perceive the true nature of rebirth of spirit as matter becomes liberated. An enlightened yogi realizes by intuitive experience how omnipresent spirit is born in the body of cosmic matter and resides therein without entanglement. Such a yogi, being one with spirit, is liberated even though he wears a fleshly garment. Verse 10, quote, sanctified by the asceticism of wisdom, disengaged from the attachment, fear, and ire, engrossed and sheltered in me, many beings have attained my nature. Unquote. As a person excitedly engrossed in a motion picture can dismiss his emotional involvement and behold with calmness the beam of light overhead that is producing the pictures, even so an advanced yogi, by neutralizing his emotions, can see the dream pictures of his life issuing out of the omnipresent beam of spirit. Engrossed in the infinite reality, that being becomes liberated. The Hindu scriptures compared the following of the spiritual path to walking on a razor's edge. This refers not only to the necessity of following a virtuous, God-centered life, but specifically to the erect, straight spine of meditation, the sole path which one ascends to the realization of God and union with Him. Throughout the ages, many devotees, sanctified by the proper moral and physical discipline by meditation and by such a technique as Kriya Yoga, have kindled the purifying fire of self-realization and have seen in that lambent light of omnipresent spirit. Uniting their body-confined souls with all-pervading spirit, the devotee loses attachment to the fear and anger-exciting physical miasma and becomes immersed and secure in omnipresent spirit. Materialists are so attached to the enjoyment of sense objects that they live their lives full of fear lest they lose the gross pleasures of health or physical comforts, and they are consumed by anger when it does happen. But the wise, recognizing the body as a brittle basket of pleasure, do not put all its eggs in all the eggs of their happiness, knowing the consequence will be a scrambled pile of Humpty Dumptys. That's a good way to put it. Let's see here. Verse 11, quote, O Partha Arjuna, in whatever way people are devoted to me, in that measure I manifest myself to them. All men, in every manner of seeking me, pursue a path to me. Unquote. And then the translation, quote, as men of various natures offer their devotion to me in different ways, so do I variously respond according to their heart's desire, their degree of understanding, and their manner of worship. All beings, regardless of their modes of seeking, wend their way to me. Unquote. Throughout the ages, the strong motivating force of human love has been expressed in diverse ways: filial, conjugal, friendly, family, serviceful, humanitarian. All human love is borrowed from divine love, but by comparison is a meager expression. Dissatisfied with the imperfections of human love, man finally turns towards the perfect love of God. As the love of His children is the one thing the Lord is seeking, it is that devotion, freely given in whatever form of expression, endeavor, or worship, that brings His divine response. He makes Himself known to His seeker in a measure commensurate with that person's mentality and capacity to receive. Devotees, and that's very important to internalize, right? God makes Himself known to His seeker in a measure commensurate with that person's mentality and capacity to receive. And that's why constantly
let's say, differentiating or breaking apart, or comparisons, let's just say. Using comparisons can be a real pitfall in your spiritual journey. It's best to leave those comparisons aside and to just concentrate on what is going on within you at that moment in time. Because once you start to compare yourself with other people's and various levels that other people may or may not be, then that's when you start to fall back into these ego consciousness. It is a pitfall. So I'd just say, be careful how you compare yourself to others in that aspect, because you can certainly delude yourself in those comparisons as well. So continuing. Devotees worship the Lord variously as the infinite or heavenly Father or divine Mother, or as divine friend, like the relationship between Krishna and Arjuna, or as divine lover, divine beloved, divine master, divine child. God responds to the devotee in whatever aspect he holds dear. To the true monist, he reveals himself as the infinite. To the sincere dualist, he appears in the desired infinite form. Water may manifest as small or big waves on the ocean, or as surf foam or bubbles, or as raindrops or icebergs, but in these various forms it is water just the same. By the power of Maya or delusion, the spirit similarly assumes many forms, manifesting itself as numerous human beings endowed with free choice, working their way through various evolutionary stages, good or evil, bound or free, attached or non-attached, desireful or desireless. It is only because of restless delusion that men feel themselves apart from spirit, and do not perceive his immanence within themselves and all nature. The yogi quiets this movement of duality by the meditation-born consciousness of unity, realizing thus how all dual manifestations of nature arise from and dissolve into the oneness of spirit. Spirit became the 24 attributes of nature, and through the action of delusion manifests as the infinite variety of combinations of these attributes. No matter how variegated the objects and people of this earth appear, they all come from the one spiritual source. The conceptions held by human beings concerning this source, however, are biased by each person's self-created screen of delusion, his personal interactions with nature's attributes, through which all his perceptions and thoughts are filtered. Thus arises, with the customized needs for different mentalities and man-made necessities for a variety of religions, for various expressions of the one truth, to which the Lord gives assent and blessing. But there are obstructions that separate religion from God. These are dogmatic, fanaticism, bigotry, and intolerance. In the Lord's eyes, the real infidel is he who dishonors him in any of his ennobling manifestations. All true paths, whether theological, serviceful, discriminative, devotional, or scientific, Raja Yoga, can in greater or lesser degrees bestow on the sincere followers a corresponding insight or illumination. And again, that is the way to look at all religions, in my opinion. I came to that conclusion all my own before I read this. And because I intuitively understood the deeper meanings behind so many of these, and again, also intuitively understood the pitfalls in inside the rules that all of these religions, unfortunately, let's say, impose upon their followers, which doesn't give you any kind of liberation, and in a paradoxical and dualistic way, prevents people from actually making that God connection, because they are so concentrated on these rules that they then completely miss the point of why you would do any of these things, and therefore never attain the kind of connection, peace, and understanding that we are all, let's say, we have our inheritance to. This is all, every one of us has that inheritance. Whether or not we are awake enough to understand that and be able to play the game, let's just say, in a allegorical statement, playing the game, quote unquote, then how does one break out of that? And I think that's a big challenge for a lot of people. And the problem is that religious dogma, intolerance, and bigotry plays a big role in this. And unfortunately, no matter how many saints or illumined people seem to come by to try to, let's say, straighten the way for the rest of us,
it seems that we just fall right back into this materialistic idealism, and or the various, spiritual or religious rules in which we have to physically abide by X or by Y, and that takes away from the whole thing. I think that's one of the big issues. I mean, that is the big issue of all religions, is that they have now stumbled on all their ritual and all their rules, and they have completely lost the plot, so to speak. And now, and that's why you see so many people who fall in and out of these religious kind of ideas, because they don't benefit from any of these things. And in many ways, they become the worst hindrance that they possibly could have ever had. And then, thankfully, he is expressing that in very clear terms, I think, in this particular section of this book. Anyways, continuing. Some seekers follow the path of pure renunciation, realization of the sensory world as transitory and God as the only true life, while others pursue the difficult path of wisdom-guided worldly life, and still others travel the circuitous, deluded path of sense pleasures. Whether seeking contentment by renunciation, or by activity combined with spiritual discrimination, or by pleasure and sensuality, mankind is in pursuit of true happiness. Everyone, therefore, sooner or later will have to turn to the source, and thereby will find the divine bliss of spirit. The wise reach the goal quickly through meditation. Worldly people are more slowly, by comparison of good and evil, while those who are now quote-unquote wicked will seek true spiritual bliss only after many disillusionments prove the folly of their misdirected course. This is why it's very important to pay attention to life as you are living it, because every day, every moment, there is usually some kind of lesson that is just floating there, ready for you to realize it. Continuing, verse 12, quote, desiring success of their actions here on earth, men adore the gods' various ideals, because achievement occurring from activity is readily attained in the world of men, unquote. The materialist knows that proper action will bring success to his endeavors. His thoughts and prayers propitiate the quote-unquote gods of those forces and factors necessary to accomplish his material goals. The yogi knows that here and now, even while he is still incarnate on earth, he can be successful in attaining self-realization by proper actions of yoga practice. Through these he becomes attuned to the divine creative forces that have made him a limited human being and that can transform him into an illumined, liberated soul. Success in obtaining material goals and pleasures is relatively easy in a world fashioned for this purpose. Thus, man pursues the obvious immediate gains, the tangibles, quote unquote, of all of which are treacherously evanescent. Lasting success consists in freeing the soul from the threefold sorrow, physical, mental, and spiritual, inevitable in the limited human being, and in attaining the bliss of final liberation. This section is subtitled, Pranayama Meditation Brings Ultimate Spiritual Success. In order to attain scientifically that true success, Kriya yogis learn to withdraw life force and mind by pranayama, leading them upward in the sensory motor nerves to the cosmic consciousness of the thousand-rayed current in the cerebrum. By this mode of scientific quote-unquote worship, the yogi communicates with the various deities, becomes attuned with the powers at the 6 centers in the cerebral spinal axis by this Kriya Yoga ascension. The miraculous powers, siddhis, over mind and matter mentioned by Patanjali are in time attained. The yogi then discards those inferior powers for the supreme miracle, God. Finding him, the devotee has achieved true success. The mind, manas, moving outwards into the sensory motor nerves, is the originator of all actions that lead to various forms of earthly accomplishments. When his mind is withdrawn from the muscles, senses, involuntary organs, and spine into the brain, the mind-identified ego becomes the perfect soul. The soul then becomes united with the spirit shining in the thousand-rayed lotus of light. By the proper and intense practice of spirit and soul uniting technique, the yogi attains mastery and ultimate liberation in a relatively short time. Compare this effort and its lasting success to the continual material activity and small results obtained in this mundane world, gains that slip away or must be left behind at death. Yogi, quote-unquote, industrialists
Accomplished yogis who continue to live and serve in the world by their increased mind power achieve quicker, quote, business success, unquote, than can the ordinary shrewd but not deep vision worldly man. Let's see here. The Lord's modes of action within his creations. Let me just double check to see where we're at here on the time. We're at 3 hours. All right. Yeah. All right. 2 o'clock. Let's see here. I'm going to just, it's been another hour and a half. I'm going to take another quick break. And then I'm going to be here for at least another hour. So we're going to make this a 4-hour read today. So if y'all don't mind, I'm just going to take a quick break, stretch my legs. As you may hear, I'm getting a little physically restless here. So I'm going to put in a little bit of music here, and I'll be back in less than 10 minutes, between 5 and 10. So I will be right back. Okay, we're back. Break screen off. Here we go. The Lord's modes of action within his creation. Verse 13, quote, according to the differentiation of attributes, gunas, and actions, karma, I have created the four castes. Though thus the doer, yet me, excuse me, though thus the doer, yet know me to be the non-performer beyond all change, unquote. Lord, as the cosmic creator, has fashioned a world of beings patterned after the activities of his own nature: cosmic intelligence, cosmic energy, cosmic organization or orderly law, and cosmic motion. In man, these activities are expressed under the differentiating influence of the three gunas, qualities of which the Lord has imbued nature: sattva, elevating; rajas, activating; and tamas, degrading. From the actions and the good, active, or evil qualities of man arise the four natural castes: spiritual, intelligence, or Brahmins; ruling and protecting, energy, or kshatriyas; organizing or business cultivating, orderly law, or vaishyas; and labor, motion, or sudras. God's consciousness, pure and beyond all attributes, assumes an outward appearance of differentiation when expressed through the variety of human qualities and behavior. As a pure white light, as a pure white light remains unchanged and yet appears different when viewed through glasses of different colors, so the one spirit expressing through the good, active, and evil qualities and characteristics, activities of human beings looks different in each case, but is nevertheless the one spirit. And here we are. The subtitle of this section is called Understanding the Caste System. The sun, moon, stars, planets, creatures, man are the result of God's intelligence, energy, and motion moving through space in an organized manner. Intelligence is God's quote brain unquote. Energy is his quote unquote life. Motion is his quote unquote body, and organization or orderly law is his plan of the universe. These four activities are combined into the form of human being. Intelligence becomes the head, cosmic energy provided the life and vitality of the body, motion created the feet, and organization in the body came from orderly law, God's organizing power. The subtitle to this section is Organization of Creation Mirrored in the Organization of Society. And again, right, this idea of as above, so below, right? This is explained to add in very minute detail here. These four activities are the blueprint from which all races are made. Number one, the intelligentsia, or wisdom guided. They are the natural Brahmins who live close to God and reflect his intelligence by discriminative thought and spiritual activity. Number two, the energetic warriors and rulers. They are the natural kshatriyas. The direct results of God's energy. They like to be active, to fight for a cause, to defend their country, to protect the defenseless and the weak. In every society, there are those who become evil and have to be checked by the idealistic strong. Yeah, I'd say we're in that particular situation right now, aren't we? I'm calling all kshatriyas, let's stand up and fight this thing that's going on in the world right now, yeah? Number three, organizers. These are the business leaders. They are the natural vaishyas, an outgrowth of God's orderly activity. They have an ability to organize the economic and labor structures of society. And number four, the laboring class. They are the natural sudras. They express the motion of God without which the universe and societal and social machinery would come to a halt. The differences in these four natural castes of activity do not make one greater or less than the others. All are necessary to the cosmic plan. When in man's body the brain or feet or the hands or the orderly life functions refuse to cooperate, the whole body suffers as a consequence. If in society the superior intellects, the rulers and soldiers, the business leaders and the laborers all fight each other, they will all suffer and perish. The welfare of one group cannot be sacrificed for the aggrandizement of another group falsely considered more elite or important. Man. I mean, and what's so funny about this too, guys, is the fact that India still to this day is still grappling with the complete manipulation of this caste system into a physical, hereditary type of thing to this day. And so just realize that, again, when it comes to like comparing things in life, realize that like there is no better or worse. And when it comes to society, like every society succumbs to the same attributes as they're explaining here. And unfortunately, when we lose our way, we definitely need people to step in and help us redirect that. But man, you can't get that. You couldn't get, an explanation like this. It's just as a way of explaining not just the spiritual kind of side of things, but the way that life in itself works itself out in, the larger society of the world. And how amazing is that description to the way things are now, really amazing. Scriptural and history show that among all people, savage and civilized alike, a fourfold division of men has been made for the proper government of a large clan, race, or nation. Even from primeval times, there seems to have been in all races a God-ordained natural classification of people into types, based not on heredity but on inherent characteristics. In India, certain powerful religious leaders among the Brahmins, not unlike the Pharisees in the time of Christ, arranged to base the caste system entirely on heredity to suit their own despotic purposes. For a long time, the general masses fell prey to the theory that the vocation of a priest or warrior or businessman or laborer should be determined according to heredity and not according to innate taste or abilities. The son of a Brahmin was automatically a Brahmin even if he knew nothing of religious or philosophical life, or even if he had tendencies to act like a businessman or a warrior or a sense slave. When the warriors in India lost out against foreign aggression, the businessmen, laborers, and priests stood by inactive, saying, quote, "Too bad the Kshatriyas lost. It is, of course, against our hereditary custom for us from the other three castes to fight," unquote. This wrong attitude is one of the reasons why India lost her liberty when the land was invaded by enemies. Ooh, good point, huh? This accursed hereditary view of caste always has been condemned by the wise swamis, yogis, and other enlightened men of India. Shankara, the founder of the Swami order, wrote, quote, "No birth, no death, no caste have I," unquote. He renounced the Brahmin caste in which he had been born. The followers of Mahatma Gandhi and other modern leaders in India are doing much good in reforming the caste system. This section is subtitled, "To classify a person's caste by heredity is pure ignorance." Of course, it can be rightfully assumed that through the influence of heredity and environment, the offspring of priests, warrior, businessmen, and laborers are usually bound to show many quote-unquote family traits. It may be easier for a son of a priest to become a priest and for a son of a warrior to become a soldier, but it is also true that the strongest instincts of an offspring do not always reflect the qualities of the parents. The sons of ministers are proverbially known to choose other vocations, and so it is with the other two castes. The son of Napoleon was by no means a military genius. Two children whose natures are in direct opposition are often found in one family. A single cause of affinity, such as love of harmony, is responsible for the rebirth of a materially inclined person in a spiritually harmonious family. It is therefore pure ignorance to classify castes according to heredity, for we know that a laborer's child may be a musical genius and that the son of a warrior may be a good businessman. In accordance with modern military draft laws, sons of clergymen, businessmen, and laborers, and not only the offspring of warriors, have been drawn into the vortex of war. All classes have shown equal reluctance and equal bravery. Each man, the reincarnation of an ego with various personal traits and instincts, born in a family whose characteristics may be quite foreign to him, should be allowed to pursue the work most congenial to him. And yeah, I wish parents would understand that too, instead of forcing people, their children, to live in a certain way, rather than trying to inspire them to live the best person that they possibly are. Continuing, this section is subtitled "Man's Caste Determined by How He Responds to the Gunas." This verse of the Gita, mentioning the creation of the four castes, refers not only to the activities towards which man is naturally inclined, but also to the fact that, although souls have been all made in the same image of spirit, yet when introduced into various bodies, they are allowed free choice to be influenced by the three gunas of nature. These three qualities produce the four natural qualitative castes. All men display an admixture of all the gunas, thus accounting for the bewildering variety of human nature in general, and also for the bewildering variety of sometimes found in one person. Each man is marked with his natural caste by the predominance in himself of one of the following gunas or guna mixtures: sattva, good qualities; sattvarajas, mixture of good and active qualities; Number 3, rajas tamas, a mixture of active and materialistic qualities. And number 4, tamas, dark or evil qualities. In accordance with personal karma, a man is born into 1, the natural Brahmin caste, quote, knowers of Brahma or spirit, unquote, or number 2, the natural Kshatriya caste, in which a mixture of good and active loving qualities predominates, or 3, the natural Vaishya caste, marked by a mixture of active loving and materialistic tendencies, or number 4, the natural Sudra caste, characterized chiefly by love of bodily pleasures. These 4 guna states also influence meditation and the attainment of yogic realization. The first state of meditation is surrounded by darkness. Quote, and the light shineth in the darkness, and the darkness comprehended it not, unquote. How about that? The devotee is spoken of as being in the Sudra state when his mind is fully engrossed in the muscular and sensory restlessness of the body. When the yogi meditates deeper, he beholds a reddish light on a dark background. He begins to cultivate the seeds of various spiritual perceptions on the soil of intuition and has then risen to the next or Vaishya state. The yogi develops further with his divine and active attributes. He begins consciously to win the battle between sense distractions and soul intuitions. He becomes a veteran warrior, able to destroy successfully his invading sensations and subconscious thoughts by switching off his life force from the sensory motor nerves. This is the sense-victorious Kshatriya state in which the yogi sees a white light with a reddish glow, the light of the accumulated energy that has been withdrawn from the senses. He learns how to withdraw his energy from the 6 spinal fortresses where the senses and the superior perceptions are ever locked in the battle between body consciousness and spiritual perceptions. In this 4th state, the yogi is successful in disconnecting his consciousness from earthly possessions, bodily sensation, subconscious thoughts, and life forces, and takes his ego, pseudo-soul, through the sensory and motor nerves, the 6 spinal knots of flesh and mind, to the frontal lobes of the brain, in the fontanelle region, and becomes united with the indescribable white light of the omnipresent spirit, Brahman, manifestly expressed or seated on the subtly luminous throne of thousand-rayed spiritual perceptions. This is the supreme state of the natural Brahman. Verse 14, quote, actions do not cause attachments in me, nor have I longings for their fruits. He who is identified with me, who knows my nature, is also free from the karmic fetters of works, unquote. God, the creator of all vibratory motion, manifested as cosmic energy and as atoms in island universes, remains free of any taint of attachment, na limpanti, to the percussions of all motile energies. Neither has the Lord any special desire to attain a definite result from his harmonized forces of nature. Those persons who cast off delusion and realize they are, quote, made in the image of God, unquote, become, like the Lord, untrammeled by karmic bondage. The Sanskrit phrase, quote, manyas abhijanati, unquote, translated in this verse as, quote, who is identified with me, who knows my nature, unquote, is a reference to the devotee who in meditation turns his consciousness towards or enters into the inner perception of spirit. He realizes thereby the identification of his true self, the soul, with the ever-perfect Lord. Owing to the actions of Maya, delusion, operating through the active forces of nature, man's mind flows outward through the senses, and the soul thereby becomes identified with the body and its possessions and environment. Thus, begrimed with attachment, the pure nature of the soul is obscured. It becomes the pseudo-soul, or ego, with its individual delusion that develops likes and dislikes, the instigators of material entanglements. Only after many incarnations of suffering, disillusionments from expecting lasting happiness from an impermanent body and its pleasures does man gradually take steps to give up his egoistic nature and turn to a sincere search for fulfillment in inner calmness, introspection, discriminative action. It is then that God sends a guru who acquaints the devotee with the art of reuniting the matter-bound ego with spirit. By interiorization of the mind, the soul forsakes its egoistic body-bound nature and its attachments to the activities and desires of the body and the senses, and begins to remember and express its true nature as perfect reflection of spirit. No matter how long the obscuring mud of delusion has been imposed upon the golden image of the ever-blessed soul, man has the free choice of solidifying and adding to the delusion by further acts of error or by scraping off the mire with the instruments of discrimination and meditation. And interestingly enough, also, the reason why lotuses are used as a quintessential image of this is because a lotus is born in the muck of a swamp, and as it grows up and develops the flower on top of all the muck, and then unfolds its beautiful petals, which is untouched by any of the muck that it had to actually come up through. And that is why it's used in all kinds of iconography, ranging not just in India, but there's a lot of it in Egypt. There's a lot of it in Carthage and in Phoenicia and in the Levant, in these various areas, because this was an idea that was understood in the ancient world before it was completely forgotten. However, we have all this artwork that attests to that. But I'll be showing that in videos that I'll be editing together in the future. So, continuing, the Lord plainly expresses his law in this Gita stanzas, quote, "Any of my children who want to attain my state of freedom and fulfillment must remember their identity with my nature and avoid karmic entanglements by properly engaging in actions in this cosmic drama as I do, without desire for the fruits of actions and without taint from delusive identifications and attachment arising from therefrom," unquote. By following this rule, one can play the drama of pleasure or pain, prosperity or poverty, health or ill health, without mental upheavals and karmic consequences, even as actors play their comic or tragic parts without being affected inwardly. God is completeness. His acting in this universe in all its outer manifestation does not affect his inner being, his blissful transcendence. All of his children can behave like him, unaffected in the inner self. They have freedom to become attached to actions and thus eclipse the soul image in misery, or to act without attachment as does God, centered their consciousness in the inner perfect divine image. In any case, all human beings must act in some wise on this earth, even as God himself has chosen the path of action. He is the director, the actors, the plot, the stage, the scenery, and the audience, all factors connected with the cosmic drama. His acts in everything without seeking rewards or being delusively identified with any of his manifestation. But the fact remains that God does act. The, quote, show does go on, unquote, although the play is not necessary in order to fulfill any personal desire of his. Even as a rich man who has all the wealth he wants may engage in some industry as a hobby without any attachment in it or desire for financial gain. I was once dining with a friend who enjoyed running a big farm of 600 acres at a loss. He was boasting about his expensive eggs, quote, "They cost me 90 cents a piece," unquote. Doesn't seem like much to us, right? But this is like, I guess, in the 30s or 40s when about this story. I laughed, quote, why do you operate the ranch at all, unquote. Quote, "I don't care whether it's successful or not," he replied. "I don't need the money, so I don't expect anything from it. I just run it to keep myself busy to give jobs to others," unquote. To God, this colossal cosmos is a hobby only. His true children must not take the earth drama to heart. It is only a temporary activity. Being potential gods, all human beings, no matter how long bound to rebirth through the ever-winding chain of evil karma, will sometime have to make conscious efforts to achieve liberation. So although cosmic delusion holds the majority of human beings in its fetters of physical attachments, desires, misery, and deaths, now and then the few who try hard to escape. Verse 15, quote, "Understanding this, wise men who have sought after salvation since pristine times have performed dutiful actions. Therefore do thou also act dutifully, even as did the ancients of bygone ages," unquote. From time immemorial, seekers after spiritual freedom, remembering their identity with the true nature of God, who remains impersonal and unfettered amidst all his creative activities, have thus behaved similarly, performing only rightful actions free from egoistic entanglement. Every true devotee should learn to discriminate between God-sanctioned actions and material desired instigated actions. He should then perform the God-inspired actions without any desire to be the beneficiary of the fruits thereof. At first it seems drear and meaningless to act without desire for the result of material gain, but one eventually realizes that self-motivated actions interrupt and distort the drama of God, and that is unwise and ungainful to act at cross purposes with his divine plan. Therefore, only dutiful actions should be performed, and those without attachment. Quote, God does not talk to me, unquote. The devotee may lament, quote, how then am I to know what actions to perform, unquote. The answer is that God speaks to a devotee through his true guru preceptor, and the spiritual teachings given through that channel. When in doubt about actions, one can seek the aid of his guru or of certain advanced disciples of the guru who are sanctioned to give such help. The technique of salvation given by the guru enables the disciple to attain divine attunement. By the disciple's practice of deep guru-given meditation, God, in one's guru, their power invisibly vibrating within the devotee, will guide them aright. Never cease performing worthwhile actions. Christ, Krishna, Babaji all worked and still work to save souls and to do their share to help God's drama of creation. Follow that example, that pattern of right actions set by the great ones throughout the ages. The scriptures are full of instances warning that even advanced devotees fall from the heights if they do not work. Outward renunciation without right activity and meditation is dangerous. It concentrates the mind on its accustomed poisoned pleasures of the senses that are supposedly being relinquished. Without the joy of ecstasy or the actions of meditation and of service, the idle mind becomes an abode of evil thoughts and moods. Until final liberation is attained, non-activity leads to mental sloth, sense attachment, and loss of God consciousness. A good businessman is thus better than a slothful monk, but to renounce all for God, thinking of Him all the time during worthwhile spiritual activities, serving Him and His children without monetary gain, and meditating deeply on God at night and in the little daytime gaps of free time, that is the highest way. So just to answer a quick question in the chat, who is Babaji? Thoth the Atlantean asks. Babaji is a spiritual guru of, if I'm not mistaken, the middle of the 18th century or the 1800s. And he was a guru of a line of gurus that actually Paramahamsa Yogananda was part of. And if you want to know more about him, I would suggest reading Paramahamsa Yogananda's autobiography, which is called The Autobiography of a Yogi. It's an excellent work, very interesting. You get to know the guy who is the brain or the mind or the spirit behind this book, kind of life that he had to go through and the trials and tribulations and his own spiritual path. It's a really great book, and it's a long one. If you can, I found a digital copy of it online personally, and I use a audio book reader on my cell phone, so I listen to it when I'm at work and I'm doing stuff. I actually took a long trip and listened to the entire book the first time over. But he's somebody who is famous in India for being able to, let's just say that he didn't die, but dematerialized himself into time, space, whatever else, and so there's a lot of talk about Babaji in India, and if you look up Babaji on YouTube, you're gonna find an unbelievable amount of various videos. Some of it's almost like a movie-like type of stuff, and some of it isn't. It's pretty confusing stuff. Sadhguru, who is also famous on YouTube, if you go onto his channel and just type in Babaji, you should be able. You'll find a couple of videos where he talks about him as well. So if you want a little bit more background behind him, check out Autobiography of a Yogi, which will give you a lot more information about him. Or otherwise, you can poke around on the internet and find out a little bit more. So hopefully that helped answer your question. But he is a pretty interesting guy. Another aspect of him is that he has looked the same. He basically looks like he's 19 still, even though he surpassed quite a bit of time in his life. So that's another aspect of him that people have reported over a certain amount of time. So anyways, continuing. The earnest devotee, renunciant, and householder alike meditates intensely at night when he is free from the interruptions of the world. And at that daybreak before he begins his duties and works throughout the day just to please God and his true servant, his guru, whose only wish is to help the disciple find God. Thoth the Atlantean is mentioning I heard about it but never got around to reading it because it is so long. It's true. It is a very long book, which is why I listen to it on my audio, the PDF reader on my phone. I would suggest if you don't have that amount of time to read, but you definitely have a lot of time to listen, I'd find a PDF copy of it, download it, and just give it a listen as you're going about your day. It takes, I think, about 40 hours of total listening time to listen to the entire thing, just to give you an idea. So continuing. Where was I? Yes, one should feel the divine presence and, inspired by it, work in obedience to the spiritual guidance, the sadhana, given by the guru. One thereby follows the surest way to live and work without misery. To do what one wants to do what one wants to do is not freedom, but to do what one should do, guided by the wisdom of a true guru, leads to a complete emancipation. This next section, freedom from karma, the nature of right action, wrong action, and inaction. Verse 16, quote, even the wise are confused about action and inaction. Therefore I will explain what constitutes true action, a knowledge that will free thee from evil, unquote. Even sages who have attained some communion with spirit become identified with the senses again after their ecstatic state is gone, and thus remain bewildered as to what is right action. You know what? And I'm going to stop for just a second and say that this is the big problem with what the early arguments in Christianity were about too, where they talk about good works. I don't think they understood. There was a confusion on what that meant exactly. And so in this section here, this is essentially addressing that part of the early Christians arguing over these kinds of ideas. Continuing, a saint who can retain his ecstatic state in the midst of activities is the doer of right actions, God-directed actions. Only actions performed with divine consciousness may be considered quote-unquote right actions. Actions performed with ego consciousness are quote-unquote wrong actions, karma involving actions. So i.e. the selfishness that we're all sort of, we all sort of operate on in different levels. The yogi who does not preserve in meditation until he achieves the final unshakable state of nirvikalpa samadhi is unable to retain God communion in the midst of his material activities. The soul awakens in the ecstatic state, befalls sleep, becomes the pseudo-soul or ego in the human wakeful state. Now, just as a reminder, guys, nirvikalpa samadhi, nirvikalpa means basically without thought construct. So you have no other preconceived notions in your mind when you are in that ecstatic state. You are literally in 100%, blissful connection with nothing interrupting that flow. Continuing, the egoistic state, even wise men become bewildered about the distinction between right action and wrong action. The yogi in the egoistic state begins to identify himself with the bodily conditions and impulses. Thus misled, he acts wrongly in accordance with the dictates of the senses. The difference between good action and ill action can be recognized if one keeps a constant vigil during the wakeful state. For example, a hungry yogi begins to eat a meal. Nothing wrong here. But as he eats, his mind becomes concentrated on the taste. Quote, dangerous curves ahead, unquote. Finally, he overeats, incurs a karmic debt to nature. Thus, even a wise man may forget to distinguish the most invisible dividing line between self-controlled eating and uncontrolled eating, and in general between soul-identified actions and body-identified actions. All the evils and miseries of human existence begin when the soul forgets to use the body and the senses as its instruments and servants. When the soul becomes identified with the body, its consciousness is turned senseward, away from the inner intuitive perception of truth. After once attaining ecstasy and communion with God, all devotees must try their utmost to be conscious of the divine state even during the egoistic or human state. This steady centering of the consciousness will preclude all confusion between good and bad actions. And I will say that that's true. I am by no means perfect in this sense, but the steps that I have taken, the stages in which I have grown personally, and my own personal experiences, I will absolutely back this last paragraph up because, if you can consciously think about these things as you go about your day, you will solve more problems and you will jar more people into thinking in a different way than you can even imagine. And because you're not attached to any of those things, You don't have to imagine it. Intuitively, it all comes to you at those moments when you need them to. The deeper you get into these connections, the better it is, and the more specific it is, and the more laser pointed it is. And that's one of those things that can really, really change the course of not just your life, but people's lives around you. Giving somebody advice coming from the right place can really set a person in a different path that can either, bring them happiness and joy, or it can bring them misery and sorrow. And understanding the levels of possibilities and probabilities, because you are in that kind of constant God connection, and let's just say it's always kind of running in the back of your mind, it helps one to make really great decisions and have insights in situations and in people's lives that you never would have thought that would be possible. And it's funny because the first time those kinds of things happens, they kind of impress upon your mind like, holy smokes, where did that just come from? And the further you get along with it, the less you put attention onto the holy smokes part, and you just realize that this is all part of nature and how it unfolds itself. And once you start to realize that and you live along those lines, that's when things really start to pick up on the spiritual side, and just in your physical life and how you affect things around you, people, animals. It's it's an incredible thing to experience, and even more so incredible to experience on a more momentary to momentary basis. It's not easy, and it does take a lot of time to get to. And once you're there, you're not really fully there, quote unquote. But one should recognize at least the small steps that you take towards those kinds of things. So I just wanted to throw that out there. During the ecstatic state and during introspection, the devotee wants to perform all actions guided only by wisdom and self-control. But as soon as he becomes identified with the senses, he submits to their dictates. The Gita advises man to refrain from any form of sense indulgence that leads to physical, mental, or spiritual suffering. The yogi, therefore, must watch the senses in an unrelaxing vigilance, and that the reins of control pass not from the soul to the ego. Verse 17, quote, "The nature of karma, action, is very difficult to know. Verily, in order to understand fully the nature of proper action, one has also to understand the nature of contrary, wrong action, and the nature of inaction." Let's see here. End quote. God is expressing himself through nature in innumerable activities. To the casual observer, to students of history, the earth is full of contradictions. This is because it is a world whose very existence depends on relativities. All activities interacting with one another to produce varying results. What might be right in one set of circumstances may be wrong in another. Or an action performed with one motive might be good, but that action instigated by another motive could be evil. Also, man's perspective and thus his cognition is short-sighted, looking to immediate results, but only by a long purview of history or by subsequent incarnations of an individual, or through the shortcut of far-sighted wisdom can the ultimate outcome of most actions for good or evil be truly known. The subtitle here to this section is The Three Categories of Human Action. One may study and compare all forms of human activities without receiving any absolute guidance about what actions should be followed for man's ultimate highest good. Lord Krishna therefore divides all human action into three categories: right or proper action, contrary or evil action, and inaction. Right action, when the action performed tends to arouse soul consciousness, may be called proper action. All activities that lead the mind of the doer away from sense enslavement to the soul enjoyment are proper actions. All actions that bring about the union of the ego with the soul and of the soul with God are proper actions. Under this category comes a wide range of activities that contribute to liberation from the bondage of the senses, the quote normal unquote body-identified state of the mortal being. For example, the wise man eats just enough food to satisfy his nutritional requirements. He performs that physical duty in the realization that it is a God-given task to maintain the body temple of the soul. Similarly, orienting all of his actions toward the soul, he performs only right actions. Actions in themselves have no meaning the discriminative intention and self-control behind them determines whether they lead to liberation or karmic slavery. Therefore, the spiritual man must not be blamed for the similarity between, for instance, his act of eating and that of the greedy man. The man of self-control eats and strengthens his body while performing right action, but the greedy man overeats and follows an improper diet pleasing to his sense of taste, and thereby acts wrongly and harms his body. Similarly, if harmonious music and sweet words can be converted into soul awakening, they are contributing to the cause of one's liberation. But he who becomes a slave to music or sweet words of flattery unbalances his life and entangles himself in egotism. By using the sense of hearing wrongly, he is failing to heed the law of right action. If a piece of music has no high or holy vibration, it arouses frivolous, nervous, or even base emotions. Spiritual music, such as hymns and devotional chants, raises the listener's consciousness, dispelling coarser vibrations. In the same way, the sense of sight and touch and smell can be converted into source of soul awakening by a right action, but careless indulgence gives rise to grave troubles. Thus, a love of beautiful faces or a sense of touch might lead to sexual promiscuity and consequent disease. The wise man sees all beauty as expressions of the divine. He converts the sense of touch into the thrill of joy that permeates every cell of his body during ecstatic communion with God. He uses all his senses only for divine enjoyment, harnessing these wild stallions to lead the car of his life to spiritual freedom. And the subtitle of this section is Contrary Action, Harmful to Body, Mind, or Soul. Contrary action, any action harmful to body, mind, or soul, is contrary or wrong action and is to be avoided. The sensual man overindulges in using the senses of sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch until he finds that all these mediums of happiness give him nothing but satiety and discomfort. The indulgent alcoholic is an example. He drinks himself into insensibility and suddenly realizes he has destroyed his health and all hopes of happiness. Other types of men are so enslaved to beauty, taste, touch, smell, and hearing that they make their lives a living Hades. Where is the quote-unquote enjoyment in actions that destroy all the charm of life? When the stallions of the senses lead the car of life headlong into the ditch of satiety, misery, and ill health, the blame cannot be shifted into any other agency than the careless driver. Just as the wrong action of tasting poison honey is senseless, even though for a moment the taste is delightful, so the tasting of evil is equally senseless, though pleasant at first. For his own interests, for the sake of his own true happiness, every man, whether he is worldly or religious, should use his sensory instruments with discrimination and self-control. The spiritual commandments were not given to torture human beings, nor to deprive them of happiness, but to guide them away from poisoned pleasures that result in dire karmic consequences. To use again the example of the greedy man who eats only to please the senses, he offends both the laws of the soul and the laws of nature. He ultimately dies of some greed-caused disease, even if that result is not immediately apparent. When he is reborn, he still carries with him both greed and tendency towards disease. His harmful body-identified activities are thus termed quote-unquote wrong actions. The lifestyle to many wealthy people is another example. Because rich people have no financial embarrassments, they may generally overindulge their sensory appetites and bad habits until ill health or premature death overtakes them. Wealth in it itself is not evil. It simply should not be used selfishly or for self-destruction, but for satisfying the soul's impulses of generosity to others less fortunate, to alleviate their physical, mental, and spiritual needs. As for sex, it should be used rarely to bring children into a family. The greater the victory over sex, the more buoyant the health, the more abundant the happiness, and more abundant the happiness. By keeping the mind on lofty thoughts and by strenuous exercise, continuous action for God, and meditation, one can transmute the sacred and powerful creative force into physical strength and health, mental creativity, and divine ecstasy in God communion. Unnecessary indulgences such as smoking, drinking, and remaining in bad company are gateways to physical and mental discomforts. One should seek pleasure in good company that helps to shape one's will and judgment to pursue true happiness. It is through evil company that man, who is naturally imitative, learns to perform misery-making actions. If one wants to find liberation and to understand what right actions are, he needs to seek the society of those who love God and meditate on Him. And this section is called Complete Freedom from the Necessity of and Desire for Action. This is inaction. True inaction occurs when the devotee has freed himself from all karmic producing actions, evil or good. He is then through with all compulsory forms of action. He has reached the state of inaction, that is, complete freedom from the necessity of and desire for action. That is characteristic of God the Father. The liberated yogi bubbles with ceaseless inner merriment, whether he is sitting still or actively busy. Performing actions with only the desire to please God is thus considered quote-unquote inaction, or non-binding action. After attaining the state of inaction, the way is open to the devotee's liberation. Mahavatar Babaji, Lahiri Mayasaya, and Sri Yuksaswarji, again, all a line of yogis, all great masters are intensely busy in actions that are spiritually helpful to humanity, even though the masters themselves have reached the state of inaction or liberation. Lahiri Mayasaya held a government post as an accountant for 35 years of his life, rising meanwhile to full expression of his inner state of spiritual emancipation. In the latter part of his life, he seldom slept, but gave all his daytime hours to teaching disciples who came to him from all over India. His nights were spent with advanced monks who preferred to seek him out in the quiet hours. All were transformed by his peerless exposition of the Gita and its application to the sacred science of Kriya Yoga. Lord Krishna, in his oneness with spirit, said, quote, "Even though I have attained all things, still I work on without desire," unquote. Jesus, too, worked mightily in the world, preaching to the multitudes, healed thousands of their physical, mental, and spiritual suffering, and laid the groundwork for the worldwide spread of his divine message. He did not seek the seclusion of a cave, nor stop his liberating work, even though he knew that by retirement from public life, he could escape the horrifying drama of his wrongful execution. Like God, Jesus worked on without the praise of men. Thus, he could say, just before crucifixion, quote, "Father, I have glorified thee on this earth. I have finished the work which thou hast gavest me to do," unquote. Let's see here. What page am I on? 555. I'm trying to see if the section ends anytime soon, which doesn't look like it does. All right, 6 more pages. All right, I'll do 6 more pages. Let's see here. And then after that, I got to wrap it up. Verses 18, quote, "He is a yogi discriminative among men who beholds inactivity in action, in action, in action, in inaction. He has attained the goal of all actions and is free," quote, unquote. Try to say that 10 times fast. Who beholds inactivity in action, and action, and in inaction. There you go. Continue with the commentary. The yogi disinterestedly plays in the dream drama of life just to please God. Hence, he is really inactive in action. Yet because the yogi works enthusiastically and ambitiously for God, he is spoken of as truly active. A person who performs all actions for God only, not for the ego, satisfies the divine plan. A man is in touch with truth when he realizes not he, but the Lord, through the forces of nature, is the doer of all actions. And I just want to stop for 1 second and explain how something like this can express itself in just life, okay? Here's an example for me in my life is that I work as a gardener. We create gardens. We don't do like lawn mowing and things like that, but we like make gardens, flowers, mulch, the whole 9 yards. And you know, I've come to understand this concept that Yogananda is explaining here years ago, but in my work, so as a gardener, it's a lot of hard work. I mean, a lot of physically hard work. But one of the things is nice is that every day that I create a garden or I'm working towards a garden, I don't care about the hard work or the sweat or the dirt or any of these things or how hard it is to do any of that stuff. None of those things make any difference to me. In essence, I can also constantly do an amazing job at my work because I know that the people who are going to enjoy this garden are all part of the same eternal spirit that I'm a part of. And so when I am actively doing the best possible work that I can in creating the most beautiful kinds of gardens, I not only do I give pleasure and to those that would actually experience the garden in and of itself, but I also give pleasure to, say, my boss, who in my efforts to do the best possible job I can for the purpose of people to enjoy it, or i.e. God to enjoy this beautiful garden and this work through the eyes of however many countless people experience this garden. That is the only thing that is running through my mind when I'm doing all this work. It's one of the only things that inspires me to do the best possible job I can do, because I know that I'm going to be giving somewhat of of joy to people, and that in and of itself is expressed into the divine. And so I don't have attachments to the way things are. Once I'm done with a job, I walk away from it and I don't think about it ever again, knowing that every step of the way in which I worked is going to give something and somebody joy in some place in which I will never be able to see or experience. And in that way, that is what, those intentions behind the things that we do, in those essences is really, I think, in a nutshell, what is really being discussed here as far as good actions, bad actions, and inactions. So just wanted to throw that out as a personal thing in which I live through my life, and the things that I do on a daily basis, and how that has absolutely blossomed in ways where people have given me a lot of really amazing comments over the past year, especially. And my boss in particular, who's really been impressed by that. So, it's one of those things where it's like, we can live our lives in a certain way, and if we're not caught up in the BS of it all, you can really spread a lot of light in everything that you do without making a big deal about any of it, because you don't care about the fruits of those actions. And those fruits and those lotuses, so to speak, will flower on their own, and people will see those things and be inspired and understand that those actions mean more than what they seem on the surface. So just wanted to throw that out there, guys, and give you guys a little inspiration in your own lives. So continuing, all human activities lead either outwardly to sensory world consciousness or inwardly to soul consciousness. The worldly man employs all of activities towards the increase of his physical, mental, domestic, and social welfare. The yogi employs his time, man's only wealth, that's for sure, in meditation, introspection, and spiritual service to others. He reaps calmness and true soul happiness, as distinguished from the materially minded man who by outward activity reaps a little temporary pleasure mixed with much restlessness and discomfort. Quote, inaction, unquote, emphasizes inward soul aloofness from the body's activities. Action, inaction, quote unquote, signifies that while the spiritual man is aloof, acting for God, he is not working mechanically like a robot, but is carefully proceeding with the business at hand, even while he inwardly disowns the fruits of his acts. He is never afraid of work, but has a healthful fear of karmic involvements. He who can thus act for God with subjective aloofness and yet retain objective enthusiasm in activity for the sake of pleasing God and not for satisfying his own desires is a true yogi. Knowing that the purpose of all human activities is to get back to God, the yogi looks for his guiding hand in everything, knowing too well the ego's propensity for, quote, putting its foot, unquote, in the wrong places. Thus the yogi plays in his drama of life without resorting to individual egotistical desires and without succumbing to dejected aloofness, laziness, or indifference. In this way, he fulfills his spiritual duty to please the cosmic dramatist, God. An actor who is shot with a mock pistol would be considered a fool if he died of fright. The worldly man, similarly, is a bad actor when he takes his God-assigned tragic parts seriously and thus courts disaster. It's a good way to put it. Then again, if a human player acts out his part with a lackadaisical mental attitude, he too fails to please the cosmic dramatist and has to do a retake in another or many other lives until he gets it right. Acting for self is the root cause of all human miseries. Every man, so there you go, money isn't the root of all evil, right? Every man should ponder the fact that he was not created by his own will, but by divine decree. An employee cannot reasonably hope to gain anything by thwarting the employer's wishes, so man must realize that his own happiness lies not in pleasing men, all humble employees, but God, the earth's sole president and owner. Verse 19, quote, the sages call that man wise who
whose pursuits are all without selfish plan or longings for result, and whose activities are purified, cauterized of karmic outgrowths by the fire of wisdom." Unquote. One should not interpret this stanza to mean that yogis and saints act without discretion or without striving for proper results. The worldly man plans with success for himself in view. His gods are ego and self-interest. The yogi enthusiastically plans his divinely inspired activities in order to achieve the best results for God. His selfless motivation is to accomplish God's will, whatever it may be. In fact, true devotees in India perform their hermitage duties more attentively to please God than they ever would to satisfy their personal desires. The sages call such yogis wise because they know better than to work for the misery-bestowing ego. A worldly man grieves when he does not reap the desired fruits of his selfish activities. The spiritual man, if not successful at first in his unselfish activities, keeps on trying again and again. To succeed for God is the most enthralling incentive, and when God is present in the devotee's undertaking, nature's automatic karmic outgrowths of actions are thoroughly cauterized in the flame of the inherent divine wisdom. Verse 20, quote, "Relinquishing attachment to the fruits of work, always contented, independent of material rewards, the wise do not perform any binding action even in the midst of activities." Unquote. A yogi who apparently, quote-unquote, works for God to please him does not really act at all, esoterically speaking, for his actions have no connection with the interests of his own ego. The problem of, quote-unquote, action and, quote-unquote, inaction becomes simple when one understands that just as a man is not responsible for the actions of others, so a yogi is not karmically bound by the actions of that stranger, his body, sorry. The stranger being, of course, his own body. He politely assists the body to achieve its welfare without personal attachment or identification with the fate that befalls it. It is impossible for a devotee who has merged himself in the vastness of spirit to consider himself confined to any human personality. What activities a yogi engages in are in the nature of an impersonal, quote, carrying out of orders, unquote. A yogi who undertakes complex divine works such as maintaining a hermitage for his disciples or organization to serve the spiritual needs of mankind, or performing educational or charitable activities is not thereby entangled in any personal karma, provided he has joyfully resigned his will to God's. His state of freedom in action is in marked contrast to that of a karma-occurring worldly man who may engage in philanthropic activities for the satisfaction of his ego, or for gaining praise from others, or for escaping income taxes. One name comes to mind when I read this, and that would be Bill Gates. I don't think you can get a better example. Verse 21, quote, "He incurs no evil performing mere bodily actions, who has renounced all sense of possession, who is free from delusive human hopes, and whose heart, the power of feeling, is controlled by the soul." Karmic bondage is caused not by the actions of the bodily instrument itself, but by the consciousness that manipulates those activities. When the ego, with its delusion, enforced desires, and attachment, is in control, the body and mind are subject to the cause-effect laws of nature. But when the true self or soul, the image of body and man, is in command, the body and mind work just the same. But the would-be enslaving effects of those actions remain neutralized, owing to the absence of the catalytic agent of delusion. Man's, quote-unquote, possessions consist not only of the material objects he gathers about himself, but also the sum total of all the illusions of nature with which he is identified as an ego, his body, mind, feelings, sense, habits, and desires. Unless, by self-realization, he's become established in soul consciousness and thereby renounces attachments to these inner as well as outer possessions, he will be enslaved by the karmic effects arising from the activities they engender. Whenever a person goes, wherever be his pursuits, his egoistic karma goes with him, even as the shadow follows the form. But a man of God has no karma. The ego in him is, quote, not at home, unquote. It has sought safety in flight. Those who, by ecstatic meditation, attain the state of inner non-attachment are the true and unchance. Absolutely. 100% correct.
It does not matter whether such devotees are in the world or in the forest, or whether they have few or many or no material possessions. Acting for God with a disciplined mind, the true renunciant is free from the results of all present actions and forms, the moods and propensities manifesting from his past karma. Performing good actions, even when with an egotistical motive, is better than performing evil actions. Both types of actions, however, keep the soul confined by the law of karma. An action performed only to please God produces no karma, whether good or ill. It is thus superior to any action, however good, that is referred to the ego, and thus calls into play the law of karma. The man of good karma is still subject to cause and effect, fetters of the phenomenal world, while the man of no karma is divinely free. Verse 22, which I think is the last verse. Quote, that man of action is free from karma who receives the contentment whatever befalls him, who is poised above the dualities, who is devoid of jealousy or envy or enmity, and who looks equally on gain and loss. Unquote. The wise man sees the spirit everywhere. Devoid of longings for self and of any will to gratify selfish desires, he is content to receive whatever comes naturally for fulfilling the needs of his body, mind, and soul. He rises above all dualities, the manifestation of which are either good or evil, both cause bondage. Having found the unity, he has no consciousness of me and of mine. He entertains no inimical thoughts towards anyone, beholding in all the one spirit. Attaining the ultimate, he is indifferent to worldly success and failure. In performing dutiful actions for God, he is ever non-attached and unbound. By, quote, contentment, unquote, a yogi displays his faith in the Lord's power to direct all happenings to a final good. Free of selfish desires, happy and fulfilled within himself, he automatically relinquishes the excess material baggage of unnecessary necessities and egotistical strivings in favor of God-ordained dutiful actions imposed upon him by his body and his obligations to family, society, and world. Pardon me while I take a drink. To attain spiritual freedom, the aspirant must also learn to free his mind from extreme sensitivity to cold or heat, pain or pleasure. In Indian hermitages, the true guru teaches his students not to be affected by externals, that the mind may become an altar for the changelessness of spirit. By catering to the demands of contrary sensations, worldly people are unnecessarily restless, one of nature's most cunning ploys to keep the consciousness ensnared. The advice in this stanza, however, does not mean that the devotee should deliberately expose himself to extreme colds and catch pneumonia, or burn himself crisp under the midday sun. He should practice titiksha, dispassionate endurance, even while adopting reasonable measures to remove external discomfort. In the practice of titiksha, even-mindedness is cultivated by will and imagination and powerful suggestions to the mind. Neutrality is attained scientifically by yoga meditation, wherein the yogi learns to disconnect the ego from the sensations received through the mind. A devotee who cannot remain calm under such difficulties is still a slave of the phenomenal world and its calamitous pairs of opposites. Worldly people are constantly catering to the effects of cold and heat and other extremes, thereby increasing the bondage of the soul to the body. The aspiring devotee must keep the souls uncontaminated from the dual consciousness natural to the body. This practice is difficult because the soul, emphasizing with the finicky, sensitive bodily friend, puts on its good and its bad characteristics. In order to free the soul from identification with variable states of the body, the devotee is urged to cooperate mentally with the misery-making dual consciousness of the body and mind. The worldly man becomes jubilant at the advent of pleasure and depressed during the reign of pain, but the successful devotee is always inwardly calm, unaffected by the various upheavals that constitute the normal state of life. During sorrow or pain, the yogi remains concentrated on his soul's bliss. Unlike the worldly man, he is clever enough to retain his equanimity and joy under all favorable or unfavorable physical or psychological circumstances. He is able to sympathize with sufferers without being overwhelmed by their miseries. Thus, by his inward joy, he is frequently able to remove the sorrows of others. By the example of his calmness, he teaches worldly people not to engage in emotional reactions. The yogi who is not envious, who bears no enmity towards anyone,
but accepts friends and foes alike, does not fall into the pits of dangerous anger and jealousy. Worldly people who indulge in these scarring emotions lose not only their happiness, but sometimes their bodies too, by committing murder and suffering capital punishment, or alas, by resorting to suicide. Whenever a yogi meets gain or loss in the course of performing dutiful actions, he remains even-minded. Both success and failure are bound to come at various times in response to the inherent duality in the structure of the body, mind, and world. The devotee who constantly reminds himself of his soul has little temptation to identify himself with the physical and mental phantasmagoria. Oh, yes. Oh, this is... I wish I could get into this next part, but this will be good. This next part is super important to understanding the idea of fire in terms of sacrifice and various other things in the ancient world, and how people have completely misunderstood what that means. And it'll be an enlightening section of this chapter, but I'm definitely going to bring, I'm bookmark and bring this information back when I do some more edited videos regarding things like, for instance, the fact that they claim that the Phoenicians did all this sacrifice or whatever else, and even though it's not expressively said that way, that's kind of what the main line is. And I think when you guys see the evidence that I'm going to present with that and how connected those people were to these kinds of ideas, it's going to be quite an interesting video series to finally get to. Slowly but surely, there's a lot of information I have to bring out. But either way, I really, really appreciated any of you guys who were in the chat and who were listening live. Thank you so very much. I hope you guys enjoyed this book, or this part of the book. We're only about halfway through, which is incredible. So I will be back more than likely next weekend. Maybe I'll see if I can do something in the week. It's just much harder in the week to do what I can do, do this kind of thing. So just if you guys enjoyed this, please hit the like button. If you think other people would enjoy listening to this series, share the first video. And I need to go back and sort of link up one by one and do all the stuff I need to do in the YouTube studio to get things going. But I just wanted to say thanks for spending your time with me today, and I hope you guys really enjoy this. And I really very much hope that you guys can mull some of this information out in your minds and in your daily life, and put some of this into practice. Put it into silent practice. Nobody ever has to know ever that you are in the process of waking yourself up. And that's something that I think a lot of people involved in religious movements, they have to be like up in your face about being this and being that. It doesn't need to be that way. And that's one of the nice things about learning about these things and the hidden messages behind all these ancient religions and ideas, is that, it is up to us. It's not up to anybody else. And the amount of work we put into it is only going to give back to us what we, how we put into it and the intention in which we take these things. So, hopefully I can, within doing these readings and sharing all this wonderful information with all you guys, it can help change little bits and pieces about your lives to get you guys to inch closer to that realization, that self-realization that's so important. And therefore changing the direction of your life, changing the direction of other lives, and in general, you will be so much more of a happy person regardless of what's going on. And in times of trouble like we're in right now, you can keep yourself calm, collective, and your intuition will be able to take you through situations as tribulative as they are at the moment. Because we all are gonna need some spiritual strength in the near future here, as they come down hard on us and don't want to abide by these control methods in which they're trying to impose on the entire world. And as we as people can control our emotions and control our anger and control our fears, we can stand up and become a guiding light to those that have lost that control.
And God knows we really need people to stand up with the spiritual strength and stand up against the kind of stuff that's happening now. And with that, I love all of you. I thank you so much for joining me, and I will see you guys in the next reading. Peace.